to have is who does and doesn't have experience with Vampire the Masquerade?
Never played.
Never
I
played it.
have. I've played it back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Ah, the good old first and second edition.
I have never played it either. I've only ever played D&D 5e.
So Vampire the Masquerade is a fairly simple system. It's a D10 system. You basically want to roll D10s equal to your characteristic and your skill, and tens count as two successes. You want basically a eight or better is the sweet spot. You don't want ones. If you have no
Okay.
successes and you roll a one, it's a crit failure. Something bad happens. So as a setting goes, Vampire the Masquerade, you guys are all playing someone who is now a vampire. Classic, think 80s, 90s vampires. The
Mhm.
world as it is set up into basically three factions of vampires. You've got the Camarilla, which is basically your old world vampires that set the rules. They're the ones that say vampires don't exist or the Spanish Inquisition comes back for us. So even though you are powerful creatures of the night, you're supposed to, God bless you, you're supposed to
No, that was my dog barking. Sorry.
you're supposed to clean up after yourself. Or there are special members of society in Vampire Society that you make a phone call to John Wick style and they clean up for you. So the Camarilla's job is those that are in power want to stay in power, and you damn kids better not screw it up for the rest of us. And literally, that's the way they look. They're old world vampires. They're more powerful than you, and they're curmudgeons. Most vampires, you can say, "Okay, boomer," to the old school. Which then leads us to the Anarchs, which is since this game was made in the 80s and 90s, the Anarchs exactly what they sound like. They're the young kids that are saying, screw you, boomer, and doing what they want to do with sex, drugs, and rock and roll, as the Vampire Society goes. Most players
Right.
choose to live the Anarch lifestyle one way or another. The Camarilla is basically how you keep society going without vampires going nuts and multiplying uncontrolled and yada yada. Then not that you're going to be dealing with it for the most part, but there's a third faction, which are the bloodthirsty monsters vampires fear, which are the Sabbat. They're the worst of the worst. Think, Dracula at his best, or, Jack the Ripper if he was a vampire. They're monsters who embrace their monsterhood, who want to make more monsters.
I played in a Sabbat campaign. It was interesting.
To give you an idea on the Sabbat, their initiation is they catch baby vamps, such as yourself. They drain them by drinking their blood, feeding them their own blood, which basically forces a relationship upon you. Then they bury you after hitting you in the head with a shovel and see how many of you can dig yourselves out of the grave. If you can join the biker club.
Damn.
Sabbat games are
Hard,
really dark.
very hardcore.
That's cool.
Thankfully for you guys, you are part of the Camarilla. You basically were authorized to be made for the most part, because the every town has a prince, whether it's a he or she. The prince is in charge and gives gifts of the gift of being able to make a new vampire, the gift of giving a badge of office, things like that. They have a enforcer who could be from any of the factions of vampires, which is called the sheriff. The sheriff would basically assign jobs, and if you are lucky enough to be given a job by the sheriff, it is either a punishment because you done fucked up and he's got your name in the book, or he wants to see what you can do. So being given a job by the sheriff is either a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you guys play it off. And of course, you guys are a cadre of vampires, which is usually when you get a small clutch of vampires who basically put up with each other or like each other somewhere in that spectrum, who realize even though you guys belong to different factions, and like Talia mentioned earlier, we were talking about the Gangrel, the Bruja. These are names of different clans of vampires because their traits are passed through from one generation to the next. And by generation, you'll
And
notice on your character sheets, I believe you're all 12th gen, that's how many generations removed you are from the original vampire.
Kane.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
So Kane is
And
the
so we're Clan Nosferatu too. Okay.
so you are Clan Nosferatu. So each
Oh,
clan.
we're not all in the same clan?
No, we're different clans.
Yep.
Oh, okay, okay.
So that's why you're called what's called a cadre. You're basically a bunch of vampires that ran into each other. You're all cool with each other, and you kind of hang out together because you're the young kids, and you get looked down upon by the older generations. And by older, I mean the lower numbers. So like the 11th, 10th, you were all made by an 11th generation vampire. So as
Mhm.
it goes of in vampire, one of the things you want to seek is power, and the only way to lower your generation as a game mechanic is to drink another vampire to death. By the way,
Hmm.
the Camarilla, they're based on a bunch of old vampires who are a lot stronger than you and want to be in charge, do not like that practice because they are in fact valuable food sources if you want to commit that practice of diablerie.
Okay.
The Sabbat, however, live on that on a daily basis, which is why nobody likes those monsters because they're vampires who eat vampires. In
Okay.
the
So it's
traditional,
literally survival of the fittest.
yep.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So if you like ever saw John Carpenter's vampires, those are the Sabbat, the monsters that don't live in cities, they live in the wild, they hide in the ground. And if you've seen Blade, Frost and his group that want to become naughty, naughty vampire gods, those are anarchs. Because they still believe in the system. They still want the clubs with the blood showers. They're not monsters that want to kill. They behave in public. And then the
Okay.
old school vampires in Blade that are like, Frost, you're a fool. This is not how it's done. The old guard are totally the Camarilla.
All
Because they
right.
want to
All right.
maintain the peace that we eat the humans. They don't know about us because if they don't know about us, they don't get pitchforks and torches and come after us. Because even though we're powerful vampire beings, they still outnumber us. And they have things
Okay.
like, flamethrowers and they burn our houses down.
Mm.
So on your character sheets, I've sent you guys in Facebook the PDFs of your character sheets, which you'll need because the third page has your powers described. I'll pull Paul's character sheet since Brandon's not able to make it. When you click on the character sheet, you've got your bio and info where I put in there your character's bio information.
Where
During
are
the
you
game,
showing this?
so in Roll20, if you click on the little book, the journal tab,
Okay.
you'll have the basic game
Oh, okay.
mechanics, the known NPCs, and then your characters. The four of you guys know each other well. You basically are a clique. You know, you know that you can, for the most part, trust each other. You can be semi-vulnerable with each other. You've fed together. You totally can choose to feed off of each other. You probably don't because a lot of your individual clans don't like you making true bloodborne allies. Because in Vampire the Masquerade, if you feed off another vampire, you get an emotional bond. It's why we see it in the
Mm.
classic vampire shows like in Buffy where the vampires feed off each other because it totally strengthens their clique together. To give you an idea, the Sabbat do like pack feeding off each other all the time because they want to be a pack of bikers or animals, and that's they can only time they can feel is when they do that. So if you open your character sheet, it should have three tabs at the very top: your character sheet, your bio and info, and then ignore the attributes and abilities. That's just the math on the character sheet.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
if you want to do a whisper roll at the top of your character sheet, don't worry about that. That's just to send a secret roll to me and nobody else if you're doing something
Ah.
shenanigans. I don't think this group is really going to do shenanigans on each other. So you've got your character's name, the concepts, and then your clan and generation. You're all 12th gen, so you're all baby vamps basically. So you'll see you've got your attributes. It's basically a bunch of dots. The dots tell you how many dice you get to roll. And then you have your health, which is 5 boxes for most of you, and your willpower. So for using willpower, you can always use that to make sure you do something. So if you want to re-roll, you know, You can use willpower to push a roll to succeed. Sometimes there's those times you don't want to fail, so you really want to push. You simply check the box, and then you can go ahead and re-roll the dice pool. It's
Does the
basically
willpower regenerate ever after it's used, or that's how much we have for the whole
it
game?
does,
So
but
it's
for the
four.
one shot, that's all you're gonna get because it usually
Okay.
regenerates at the end of a session. There's
Right.
things
Okay.
that you
Okay.
have to do in character to get your willpower back. Basically, play to your concept, and at the end of the session, you would get a refill on that. Then you've got your skills. So everybody go ahead and click a skill. Any skill doesn't matter. When you do, it pops up with a box asking what your attribute is. So in Vampire the Masquerade, you're combining a attribute with a skill. So it could be athletics and strength, or dex and strength, or stamina and strength. However you describe the action you're doing, that will help tell you what you're doing. So it could totally be I'm doing charisma and athletics while running to look like I'm not breaking a sweat. It could be I'm exhausted, but I'm trying to look like that glam jogger that's not breaking a sweat even though I'm dying inside. And then when you click that attribute, it's
I
going to
I
totally
don't know what I just did.
you did exactly what I was just going to say, which is go ahead and pick your attribute and roll it. So in the chat bubble, Talia just rolled performance and charisma, which by the way, she is really good at.
But then
So,
it asks for a second attribute, and I don't
yep.
know what that is.
So when it asks for the second attribute, it's asking what attribute are you combining with that skill. So for you, you combined performance and charisma. So you basically were acting and using your natural charisma. And as you
Okay.
see from the dice roll for the Roll20 table, they have the immortal symbol, which
But
is
then it's
successes.
asking me for a pool size modifier. I don't know what that means either.
So
I
depends.
just
What did you
randomly
just
picked
click?
a number.
What did you click?
I clicked uh I don't know what I did. All right, let me go back here.
You can
Wait.
always just X out. So for the roll you did make for performance and charisma, you basically had a crap ton of successes and a crap ton of not successes. So the dot means not success. The
Okay.
Ankh symbol says success. So you had 4
Okay.
successes and 1 natural 10, which counts as 2 successes. If you roll
Okay.
2 tens, that means something extra uber crit cool happens. That's totally up
Okay.
for you to decide. In this case, you had 6 successes on that roll, which shows something amazeballs happens. You succeeded and then some. Normally in Vampire the Masquerade, it's roll offs. So it would be you
Hmm.
rolling versus someone else. Whoever gets the more successes succeeds in what you're trying to do.
Okay. I want to try this again. So,
Okay.
okay. Got one,
So
two,
like
three, four, five
David
charisma.
David rolled
And
larceny and composure. So
one,
basically that's
two,
him doing some
three.
cool thievery shit and got 2 successes and 2 not successes. And it gives you the basic dice breakdown of you have blank successes out of blank dice. Then Bo
Okay.
rolled.
So,
Okay.
I did this. It popped up the thing that says second attribute. So I rolled performance. So second attribute charisma.
Okay.
I submit. Now it says pool size modifier. What do I put here?
Oh, that's only if there's say something special needing to be modified. Keep it as a 0 unless I tell you, hey, it's a +1 because you're doing something cool, or
And
it's
the
a negative
difficulty?
1. So
Okay.
keep that as just 2 because 2 is your standard
Okay.
difficulty.
Okay, so the settings, it's like automatically got those
And
settings, so we
then
just
Yep.
click through when
it
Yeah.
we're ready to
just
roll.
Exactly.
okay.
It'll automatically put
All right.
the
Unless he tells you
average
otherwise.
roll. Yeah, the
Cool,
modifier
cool.
is if something is difficult, like it's in a bad situation, you're hungry, things like that. So basically, you're just looking for
Mhm.
how many successes you get.
Okay.
And a
So
lot of
then from
times,
this
if
one,
it's just a schmo thing, 1 success is all you're looking for. 2 successes is perfect. Exactly as you're wanting to have happen happens. So under your skills, you're going to be using a lot of those. Come up with inventive combinations of your attributes and your skills. Your physical attributes are strength, dex, stamina, your standard RPG fare. Your social ones are charisma, which is your natural panache. Manipulation is how good you are at playing somebody. And composure is keeping your cool. Then for your mental, you've got intellect, which is your raw natural intelligence. Your wits for how quick you can do something. And your resolve. And then you've
Okay,
got,
so oh my bad. I
okay,
was just
fine.
gonna ask because when I did my practice rolls, I actually selected two attributes, but are we supposed to combine one attribute with one skill?
Correct. Most of the time you want to put
Okay.
together a skill and an attribute. So roll in the skill
Okay.
section and then pick the attributes the easier way.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And then disciplines. What do we do with those?
We're working our way there because that's the bread and
Okay,
butter of being a
sorry.
vampire.
Okay, all
So
right.
then we've got the hunger. You'll see there's hunger and humanity. In Vampire the Masquerade, your hunger is basically how wolf fed you are. And every day you do a rouse check, which basically you roll your hunger to see if you can wake up or you wake up all groggy and need coffee. And by coffee, I mean the coffee delivery guy to show up at your doorstep at 9 o'clock at
Mhm.
night.
Mhm.
Normally, rousing checks aren't needed. It's basically needed if someone is kicking open your coffin to stake you in your sleep. You want to make sure you wake up. Then you've got your humanity. The bigger the humanity number, the basically more easily you can pass as an everyday person. You know, the higher the humanity, the more flushed your cheeks are, the more you look like a person. The lower the humanity, the more you look like a monster. And it's also a mental version of, even though you may be Nosferatu and creepy looking, you actually are very human. So you want to play the part of an everyday person and not some bloodthirsty monster. And if you do
Okay.
something horrible, there's the what Mr. Cruz just rolled there, the remorse test. You know, do you feel sad that you committed some horrible atrocity? Because sometimes when you lose control of your hunger, you will do bad things because you're vampires. You know, inside you is a monster wanting to come out, and your goal in Vampire, for the most part, depending on what type of campaign you're playing, is to keep that monster in check. And the only way to do that is to not get too hungry and spend too much of your blood, and to make sure that you're keeping your composure and not just being a bloody monster. And if you do, make sure you put the bodies in a trunk and you burn the car. That's all I'm gonna say. The Camarilla appreciates you if you clean up after yourself. So, what Talia brought up is disciplines. That's the next thing under humanity and hunger. Those are your vampire superpowers. So, if you look at the PDFs I sent you, it's got the power and the what you need to roll to use it, and basically how the power works. Because the character sheet doesn't have a good breakdown on it, but the PDF has the actual copy paste from the game book of how to do it. When it comes to your disciplines, there's a whole slew of different disciplines. Like there's Auspex, which is enhanced vampire senses, which, you know, and how many dots you have tells you how much power you've put into it. Most vampires, depending on your clan, will have a certain set of powers that are based on your family bloodline. Like one of my favorites, you know, the gangrel are the very animalistic, so they can shapeshift into animals and claws and dig into the earth and things like that. Whereas you've got the Malkavian, which are the absolute blood shit nuts crazy guys, and their insanity is passed along in their bloodline. They specialize in aspects, which is they can see things and sense things that normally are not there. Which, to give you an example of Paul, who's going to be an NPC for you today, he has sense the unseen and premonitions. So he totally is like your Cassiopeia character that totally, you know, Cassandra, of seeing the future stuff happening, gets little tips, things like that. And he has Dominate, which is your vampire. I stare into your eyes and I say, these are not the droids you're looking for. Of course, he only has the cloud memory part, which is basically after he feeds on a person, he can look at them and say, you had a great night. And the person just wakes up saying, I don't know why I'm tired. I had a great night. Vampires have the ability of doing the lick, so after you bite someone, you can lick them and heal the wound. Except for certain clans may have a flaw that does not let them clean up their wounds afterwards. Some groups of the Nosferatu, if they take that flaw, can't heal up after they use their big, jagged, scary vampire mouth. And of course, there's
But that
certain
would be something stated if that was the case,
yeah.
not
If you
otherwise
had
you do
that
it. Yeah.
flaw, it would be on your character sheet, which I don't think anyone has that flaw, so
No,
you
no.
don't have to worry about.
Yeah.
So you can always clean up after your handiwork if you take a jogger in the park. And usually, in a long turning campaign, you worry about it. In a short one, you don't really want to worry about it too much because you're gonna have fun. You're gonna play the characters. So we're gonna do an abridged version of the one shot because the one shot really is like a 3-session one shot. It's not really a one night one shot. And as the background goes, you all know each other. I'm going to be totally in Facebook shooting you information that only you and you alone know. So it is up to you what you want to share. You may not want to share it all, which I totally understand, and you don't have to, but it's just your character's background information. Because yes, this is basically a murder mystery one shot. Because the
Nice.
local sheriff is calling you guys in to look into this because well they're too damn busy. And it is
Lazy.
mostly theater of the mind. If you throw me suggestions, like when I ask you a question of where do you guys want to have the meet, I will totally look to see if I can find pictures and totally slap one on the screen for you to give you some mood. But for the most part, it is completely theater of the mind. That's one thing with
Okay.
Vampire the Masquerade's World of Darkness. They don't do grids, they don't do maps. It's we're all using theater of our mind. And if there's something you'd like to say, well, isn't blank, you can totally throw some stuff in there to help flush out the settings if you want. Because this is all our shared collective, dream. It's our shared fugue state. And everybody has access to your character sheets, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So in the group tab there's also a tab called known NPCs. You do know of Detective Robert Weber. He is your police contact because everyone doesn't realize this, but in the world of darkness, the vampires control everything within the city. Don't ask what happens outside the city. That's werewolves and scary shit that vampires are afraid of because vampires want to live where their herds are. You guys know just by reputation that he was turned into a vampire by greed and blood a long time ago. And Detective Weber works for Sam Stokes, who is the Kindred sheriff. He's basically the guy who shows up with a shotgun and says, "Behave, kids." Simply because he thinks vampires are better suited than cops to take care of the funny business. So he's basically the cop you call when stuff happens to help make sure cops don't come out. He's the guy you call in favors for. And in the Vampire the Masquerade world, favors are a big currency with vampires. So if you ask for a favor or do a favor, they kind of owe you. And it's something that is actually called in on account. So if somebody owes you, like you're taking care of some problems for the sheriff and a local cop vampire, they kind of owe you. That's a good thing. And then the other NPC that you know, excuse me, is Sam Stokes. He is the Kindred Sheriff. Madam Sam Stokes is the law among Kindred in these parts, and has been so for a very long time. Once a field worker, nowadays a shot caller behind the scenes, Sam's foremost job is protecting the masquerade. And if that involves using a shotgun full of dragon's breath phosphorus rounds, that's what the sheriff's going to do because that's Vampire the Masquerade for you.
Nice.
And the handout for game mechanics is your basic game mechanics. It's got the how to roll your basic roll that we kind of covered, the criticals if you get 2 or more 10s, and those will be the onks with the 2 dots, your willpower, your hunger, the messy criticals. Whenever you roll at least 1 10 and You get 2 extra successes, but perform an action as a vampire would. Basically, it means the beast is coming out of you, and you kind of get kind of funky with it. So you like say you're fighting some human, hillbilly shooting at a vampire. Well, you rip them to shreds instead of just snapping their neck all polite. So bestial nature, and then the rouse checks, which I don't think we have to worry about. And feeding, for the most part, when you guys woke up, you're fine. You're well fed. Everything's good. But as you spend your powers, if you look at the PDFs I sent you, some of your powers require blood. So you would check off one of your hunger slots if you spent the power. So basically, using your cool vampire powers does come at a cost of using your blood and your reserves. So
I'm
unlimited
still a
power.
little sorry. I'm
No, no,
I'm still
go ahead.
just a little confused for the different disciplines. Is that the same as our powers?
Yeah, the disciplines are your powers.
Okay. Okay.
So like as I'll totally pull up Mrs. Jones, our cat lady. Her powers are sense the beast. A vampire can sense the beast present in mortals, vampires, and other supernaturals. The beast is basically that primordial dark side survival mechanic, that we all have in the back of our lizard brain. And for you, the cost is free, so you can just sense. So you would roll either a resolve in animalism or composure and subterfuge. You can pick. So you're either picking up on the animal behaviors or you're picking up on the subtle behaviors. And if you succeed, you basically will roll, and if you win, you can sense the level of hostility in a target. So it could be, I'm playing nice, but I really want to rip your throat out, and you can sense that buried
Mm,
anger. And then you
okay.
have
Okay.
feral whispers. The vampire can commune with the beasts of the wild, which is why I love this clan. A cat might not be interested in debating a master's use of color, but is happily willing to discuss the lack of prey around the building. So you would roll a manipulation and animalism or charisma and animalism,
Mm,
depending on how you want. Are you telling it or are you asking it, basically? Manipulation is
yeah.
getting it to tell you, charisma is being nice. And one rouse check per type of animal chosen for the scene, allowing one summoning and unlimited communication. So you basically send out the animal call, you whisper to the pigeon, and the pigeon flies into your hand and tells you everything you need to know. And then simple communication
Sweet.
requires no dice pool. Persuading an animal to perform a service requires manipulation and animalism. So if you just want to chit
Okay.
chat with the animal, have a rat on your shoulder or a cat that you're talking to, they'll chat with you all day long. If you want them to do something that's unnatural, like, hey, cat, take this message and drop it off at this location, you'd have to,
Mm-hmm.
to convey the message in a way they understand. And that's what the role designates. It shows if it
It's a little more
understood what you're
complicated.
telling it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you have lethal
Okay.
body, which means that you are capable of causing horrendous damage to mortals, tearing skin and breaking bones with your bare fingers. It's free, doesn't
Ooh, that's
require
fun.
anything, and your unarmed attacks can now do aggravated health damage to mortals, if desired. You can also ignore one level of armor per potence level. And in your character
Sweet.
sheets, you have your health. One thing I should probably bring up is when it said it aggravated damage, there's two types of damage in Vampire the Masquerade. There's non-lethal, which is what your baseball bats, your fists normally would do to people. You, however, have an upgraded version because you're rather lethal. So on your character sheet, when you take damage and you click a box, it's basically a slash appears. That's non-lethal damage. If you click that slash a second time, like I just peeked over your shoulder and saw you do that, a solid checkbox happens. That means it's aggravated damage, which means aggravated damage is where your shotguns, your guns, your katanas, things that are made to like decapitate someone, do lethal damage. Aggravated damage is the
Okay.
horrendous thing vampires do by, ripping a throat out, something along those lines. Lethal damage heals pretty easy and quick. Lethal damage a little harder, and aggravated damage even harder still. In the one shot, there's only a few little combat bits, so we don't have to worry about too much damage probably happening to you unless you roll really poorly. Just gonna throw that out there. If you roll poorly, that's not my fault. But you are vampires, and as long as you don't get staked in the heart, you can usually recover. What happens to a vampire when they max out their damage? Usually you'll go into torpor, which is basically the vampire, Gah, I'm dead. And you're not really dead, you're sleeping, and hopefully one of your party members will pour blood in your mouth in the morning and you'll wake right up just fine. Or
I'm
you
not
can
dead.
make a
I'm just sleeping.
rousing check.
Okay.
Yep. If you get staked in the heart, you also go into a coma into torpor. You don't die. It's not like the stories. Conveniently, the vampires trick the mortals into believing if you stake a vampire, they die. No, you just go into torpor, which, by the way, sometimes vampires will choose to do, or vampires will stake another vampire and put them on ice because they piss them off. Sometimes somebody pisses you off and they need a timeout in the corner. There are many classic Vampire the Masquerade stories where it starts with a building being demolished and a corpse with a stake in it comes falling out of a broken wall because that's what they did is they staked them, put them in a wall, and forgot that they did that because sometimes that happens. And then silly mortals want to tear down buildings and stuff, and bodies fall out. So, any questions?
We'll probably have them as we get going.
Okay. And at any point, because this is basically like a murder mystery style one shot, if you have questions, ask them. Like my favorite thing is when a player will say, "Hey, I'm Jim the player, not Mrs. Jones the crazy cat lady. What do I think would be a good place to start?" And I will totally help you out feeling out your character, saying, "Well, since you obviously are not a crazy cat lady, here's what you could try. Here's some sources you could go. You could call that stray alley cat that looks like crap with that missing eyeball and chewed up ear, but sees everything with the one good eye."
Awesome. Okay.
And there will be a lot of as I call it, the open, narrow, open narrative role play where you guys are given the sandbox and go. Tell me what you want to do. And then it gets like, here's the thing that happens that speeds you along your way. And then you get the sandbox to choose what you do. So there's no written ending. There's no written running option of what option you want to choose to do first. So it's pretty open and loosey goosey to you guys. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves because you guys are living, breathing vampires who are friends who talk, you know. And I'll totally NPC Paul for you. He's not needed, but he's totally one of your buddies, and he'll totally throw things out there if need be, because he is Paul Clune, the protagonist.
Jesus.
He's the Mokavian. Basically, you're used to him sitting in the corner talking to himself because he's talking to you guys in like 2 weeks from now and you don't realize it.
Yeah, you looked a little
Ooh.
unhinged.
Yeah, Mokavian. So I'm going to say Mokavian. So does everybody good? Anybody need a quick break to get a drink or something?
I'm good. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
good.
so
I
in
think I'm good
Facebook,
too.
I did send you guys a little post I listed as intro. That is your character right now at the beginning. So if you haven't peeked at the intro, you probably want to peek at it. As of course,
Yep. Let me
you
find
guys have
my Facebook.
all received a phone call from your two best friends, Detective Robert Weber and more importantly, Sam. She calls you and says, "Hey, you kids, I got a job for you. Where do you want to meet?" And she totally throws it to you guys in your group chat. Because yes, we're totally making vampires modern. We're doing group chats. What's the cool chat that the kids used back in the 80s? Oh yeah, you guys are still on MySpace.
How was it? FaceTime? No, not FaceTime.
They didn't even have anything like that in the 80s.
See, it's
Um,
it's the modern day, but vampires are always behind the times. So the sheriff is messaging you all on MySpace
Oh my
There you
god.
go. There you go. That's
because the
MySpace,
sheriff is
yeah.
so behind in the times. This is the cool thing that you kids are using nowadays, right? And as we're setting the scene and you guys are picking where you want to meet, we're going to call this town New Harbor just because we want to have that cool back east feel. Because I totally made the
Uh,
city New Harbor for our Urban Shadows game the other day. So we're going to use New Harbor as the generic name. And yes, the town has anything you want in that kind of town. It's got the docks, it's got the airport, it's got the tourist section. And I'm totally going to ask you guys, what time of year is it? I'll let you pick.
Well, doesn't the thing say it's happening during New Year? Because that's the
It
image on
totally is
the.
saying that, but I'm letting you pick. That's just the standard setting. You want to stick with that? I'm good with that.
I'm fine.
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay.
I'm cool with
oh,
that too.
me too.
I mean, what's the weather to a vamp?
Yep. Well, seeing as you want to pretend to be a human being, having no body temperature and a cold day when everyone's breathing smoke clouds, that's something to think about. Just going to mention that.
Oh, we
Mm.
can't pretend to breathe, right?
Oh, you can totally pretend to breathe. That's a normal thing. That's why the higher your humanity is, the more you do things like breathe, because it's still a trigger that you're used to inhaling, exhaling, especially while talking. Some of your creepy old vampires just sit there and hold their breath and stay unnaturally still. That totally causes sleepiness
But
beats.
like
I can
being
imagine.
on a cold day, if your skin is cold, you can explain, "Oh, it's cold outside. That's why I'm cold."
Exactly. This is when all the
Except for when you're
vampires,
not creating uh, a mist when you're talking
the
or breathing.
the
Well,
cloud
that's
coming
why
out of
you
your breath.
pretend to breathe. You got to pretend
Right,
to
but
breathe.
if you're cold, if you're not heat, you're not producing mist when you talk. It's your
Everyone around you's got their hands together exhaling and there's a fog cloud coming out of their breath and
yeah.
you're doing it and there's no fog cloud because your room
Oh, is that
temperature.
It's
true?
not warm enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought
That
if you pretend to breathe, it happens.
no, not the fog
So you
cloud.
breathe, but the what you're exhaling isn't going to be
Hot enough.
warm.
Okay, maybe we
Hmm.
don't do it in the winter.
Besides, that shouldn't be a problem. What you do is you buy one of those cool new electric vests that warm you by USB power and you have your body warmed up that way. Then when you put a
That just
flask
like
of
it's so
blood in your
complicated.
you put a flask of blood in your pocket, it stays room temperature, so that's great, not, ambient temperature. So where do you guys want to meet Sam when she messages you guys?
Diner, man.
The classic diner.
Diner.
Everybody
I do a diner that's pretty neutral.
okay, cool. So you guys reply back in your group MySpace chat, and everybody's like, "Ugh, I wish Sam would update to something." And you realize that you're lucky she's at least got a cell phone and not sending a messenger pigeon to you.
Jesus.
Hey, some vampires have a problem adapting with the times. Even you guys have realized since when you've been turned how humanity is like sped up the timeline so fast with things. So, is there anything you guys want to share with each other since you're chums and buddies and you know each other well?
I feel like what you sent me as an intro goes
Uh huh.
against what you're saying right now.
That's totally you. You don't have to share that.
Okay.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
is there anything your friends know about you on a regular basis, like your height, your look, what your habits are that they know of? I'm not asking you to
I
give any
mean,
deep dark secrets away.
okay.
That's the whole point. Is you don't give those
Um,
secrets away.
well, in my case, I guess I'm fairly new to this, so I've only uh, been turned recently. So
I think that's something echoed by most of you.
Yeah.
okay,
Literally, Literally, your makers made you. They drained your blood, fed you their blood, and it's not been too long since you've been made. And then they set you
Yeah,
all the
well,
kids'
that's the
table to dinner.
saying. Days since I was elevated, so
So you're the youngest member of the club.
it looks like it. Yeah,
But hey, you met some really cool vampires, including Crazy Paul, as you guys probably talk about him when he's not listening. He totally knows. He likes when you call him Crazy Paul.
yeah. No, he's definitely got some issues going. He
It
probably
tells
needs to
him that
see
he
shrink.
belongs.
Because
Oh,
being new,
there's a Ventru shrink out there somewhere.
yeah. I mean, being new, it's like, yeah, I don't understand. That there's people that have visions and see things and not quite sure all these powers. So he's just freaking nuts. But seems like a nice enough guy. So, but yeah, other than that, just a good guy trying to figure it out and get along.
Okay. What about Eileen or Juana?
My character seems pretty standoffish. I'm gonna post up just what she looks like in a little bit because I'm working on that right now.
Of course you are.
And Bo, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Tully is an amazing artist, and within the first hour, she will have a picture of her character because she's amazeballs like that.
You're just drawing it?
Yeah.
Oh man,
She's
that's
got
awesome.
amazeball talents.
She throws
I'm
that
excited
shit
to
out
see it.
there, and like a couple minutes, like 20 minutes
Oh,
later, she like got this like detailed picture. It's like, what the hell?
I'm being a little artsy fartsy on this one, so it's taking a little bit longer.
Mm.
Oh, because it's Vampire the Masquerade. It's got to be artsy. So, is there
A lot
anything
of
the group
blending.
knows about your character?
That she pre um turning, she was sort of like a Instagram viral artist, you know? So she was kind of at least known as an artist, but after turning, like her Instagram's gone silent,
Oh,
and she's gone a lot more moodier since. And since joining, she's been very um moody and just kind of angry about a lot of
Mm.
things.
she's the kind of vampire that's pissy about having to give up her life for her unlife.
Kinda, yeah, pretty much. She's trying to find her muse, as it were.
Mm.
Right.
I have a feeling that you're totally every time you go to the diner making art out of something on the table.
Yeah, basically, she's well, she kind of, and then she gets mad. Like she'll take like condiments and salt and pepper, and then she gets mad and just all over the table.
Angry
I'm
expressions
sure they
everywhere.
love it when we go to that diner.
Yeah.
There. My picture's in my bio on my character sheet now.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
very moody, very emo.
Yeah, yeah.
So my character is Miss Juana Jones. She was a cat lady before she was turned, and she's a cat lady now. Um, kind of comes off, like a sweet grandma, but can also like tear your face off. So yeah, yeah. So
Sweet little granny, and then all of a sudden she gets full vamp on you, and you're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
yeah, I had an elderly lady character in one of my recent D&D campaigns, and like she carried us like a cane, but she would like stake people through the chest with this cane, like, because she's just a sweet, feeble little lady, and then all of a sudden, this
I'm
I
just a
like this
sweet old
character a lot.
lady. Not.
Yeah. Oh, come over here, sweetie. Yeah.
Oh no, where's those purse snatchers? Come steal the old lady's purse. dinner bell. Hey, some people just have it coming. That's the beauty of all the vampire movies we've had since the 80s and 90s. Vampires can justify anything.
They
If you
had it coming.
if
They
you
had it
attack a
coming.
sweet little old granny, you need to be culled from the herd.
Hmm.
So you guys, you show up, you come into the diner. Are you guys on time or are you guys early?
I'm
uh,
fashionably late.
probably a little bit early, not like major.
Okay. You guys come to the diner, you know for a fact like one of the waitresses is totally a kindred. She's a vampire with like you guys. And she serves and is served in return by her customers. As she points to the private booth in the back where there's, you see there's a pair of cops at the entrance eating that you know are probably bought and paid for because it's the world of darkness. All the jadedness. And as you come walking in, you see there's the bar on one side where people sit up at the booth, and then the booth on the other side facing the window. And your booth is going to be the one in the very back that's got curtains, so it can't be seen from the outside. It's got some privacy. And you guys
Okay.
totally see Sam sitting up at the bar alone with a big steaming cup of coffee, and it looks like Clamato next to it that's half drank. And there's the classic big trench coat on the table, which you know has probably got a shotgun underneath it, 80s Highlander style. And Sam, when she sees you guys, are you guys coming in as a group or are you filtering in individually?
Probably
um,
probably individually.
yeah. Well, like I said, I probably showed up, 5, 10 minutes early.
Okay.
Go have a seat, scope out the place.
I think I
Sam,
got there super, super early, and I've just been complete, like, kind of unnoticed, sitting with a
aw.
cup of tea that I'm not gonna drink.
A little
And of course,
steaming cup of tea that you're just holding in your hands. You're like, this used to taste really good.
I am fashionably late
Oh.
because I am.
And of course,
That's like my
with our
MO.
sweet Juana's there as the sheriff would come in and sit down, and she basically nods to you, acknowledging you, but doesn't really say anything other than that and sit in some places her order for her special tomato drink. And then about an hour before the meeting, Detective Weber comes in and nods to the sheriff, and the sheriff just like jerks a thumb in the direction of the booth, and he goes that way, nods, and he's carrying a little attaché case with something, and totally passes the subtle manila envelope over to Sam, and Sam just like puts it under the jacket. And then as the rest of the group starts filtering in, Sam is pointing for the booth where you guys see Detective Weber sitting there, and he's got literally files spread across the table. Obviously, it's that
Jeez.
typical police procedural breakdown where he's got the whole case file spread out on the table. Totally breaking the law.
Wow.
Against police procedure.
And then, of
Right.
course, after, I'm assuming Juana's going to go back there after, Charles shows up.
Yeah, when I show up, I head back to the booth and take a seat on the outer edge.
And right behind Charles, kind of wandering meanderly and distracted, is your buddy Paul, because he's like, he was looking at street art outside, appreciating it in its own wackiness. And by street art, I mean there was like, demolition happening to a building, and thinks it's some kind of interpretive art. He doesn't know art. And Paul just kind of sits down and, orders, a coffee, and I want the cream on the side because I like to pour the cream in and watch it swirl. He's totally doing his weird prognostication crap. Super weird. Thing that
Did
weirds
he
out.
sit down with us all together, or is
He's gonna
he's
sit
just
down
kind
with
of
you
off
guys
on
as
his own?
well, but he's like in the corner trying to just blend in with the scenery as he's stirring that
Okay.
coffee, and then he starts singing this boop 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 song. I'm totally gonna use anything I hear as a tool in the game. As you guys look at Paul and you're just like, they're there, buddy. They're there. And then the detective looks at you guys and he's like, so what has Sam told you? And wasn't there supposed to be four of you?
Yeah,
Then I
he's
show up,
around
right?
somewhere.
I show up
Oh,
now.
that's right. It's you missing. Yeah, she usually gets tied up.
And you know
That,
starts
that's about the point I show up.
he starts spreading photos around to you guys, and then just then Eileen shows up just fashionably late, because that's what you're used to her doing. And he says, "So there's been a problem that I've got to call in a favor." And he looks up at Sam, and Sam's like one side eye looking towards you guys, but you can totally tell the ears perked up and probably listening on everything being said because you know older vampire powers, and the fact that Sam, she's in charge, period. So just ask her, she'll tell you. As I've got a number of bodies, and he slides some pretty graphic looking pictures there to you. And this is victim number one. And Eileen just like walks right up to the table at this point, and the cop looks and just sighs and starts over, giving you the spiel that this is victim one, Simon Drummer. Uh, He was found 4 days ago, tucked away in a storm drain. Unfortunately, some of the recent rains muddied up the crime scene, and he kind of smirks at you guys, like, thank God. You know, he was,
So these are humans.
these are humans, yep.
Okay.
Can I pick up the picture and kind of examine it?
Okay.
See if I notice anything
Uh,
interesting or
you
out of
see,
the ordinary.
the guy has a totally torn Letterman's jacket for the local college. You know, Harbor, New Harbor City U. He's got looks like he was ravaged pretty severely. He looks like a young 20s-ish college student, and there shows a picture of him in his high school college sweater. He looks like a clean-cut 20-year-old kid. That type. The full ride
Okay.
college kid, fairly on the physically, you know, could have been able to defend himself if it was a human. And you see that there's just like some grievous slash marks on his guts and on his throat. And the body, of course, is super pale because he's been exsanguinated. And then he lets you know that Simon Drummer here is currently residing in the morgue. And he passes you a napkin that's got an address on it for the murder scene. And then he shows you another photo of Carl Thrush, uh, drug addict, known for being, what they call a cooker. He was found 2 days ago in a group of trees, sprawled out on a rock, and somebody, and he just sighs out of exaggeration. You see him rubbing a temple that you know is not throbbing. As he shows you a slew of crime scene pictures where there's this big flat rock and the body's sprawled out and there's blood everywhere, and it just looks like the Vampire the Masquerade nightmare of some vampire doing some satanic looking murder scene. That's the type of thing you would never want to have happen. And this
Right.
murder scene, as soon as I was on site, I contacted Sam, and he gestures towards Sam at the bar, and you just see ever so subtly, only because of your heightened vampire senses, Sam nods in perfect unison to the conversation, reinforcing that Sam is totally listening on this whole conversation. Carl was a man in his mid 30s who lived in his parents' basement and has no actual location of work. But, and he slides address of the parents' house on another napkin over to you and shows his living expenses. That he's living way above his means for someone who's living in his parents' basement.
Hmm.
And if
Mhm.
some of the evidence we found, and of course there's some drug paraphernalia evidence in the crime scene photos, that obviously he was in the drug manufacturing trade. Sam says, you youngins can help us take care of this since I'm booked in a few other cases.
What are we taking care of? You're supposed to cover these things up, right?
I'm looking while I'm covering up to find you a patsy for this. I'm looking to see if you can find who's really committing these murders.
Mm.
I'm working to see if I can get you someone to frame for this while I'm someplace else. And he just gestures, doing his job. As I need you to be my feet on the ground for this kind of job. And of course, you'll get my undying gratitude. And he smiles when he says undying. Vampire dad
quick,
joke.
quick, quick side question. What's the name again of the elderly, not the elderly, but like the kind of rule making, enforcing
Uh,
vampires again?
The
the
sheriff?
sheriff. So that's gonna be Sam Stokes. She's the sheriff in town.
No,
Oh, the
the
prince.
the group of vampires.
Well, the
Oh,
Camarilla
the
is
Camarilla.
Camarilla. That's
Yeah,
the word I was looking for. Okay,
yeah.
because I want to ask, have the Camarilla been notified of this, or did they already know about these killings?
As he just smirks and points at Sam, and he just smirks at you and says, I know you kids are new on the block. You know, fa- family speaking, as he's using the euphemism for vampire. But I'm sure anything that I told Sam has gone right into the prince's ear. However, I don't
And
know
so
if the
Sam's
prince.
not
I
sitting with us,
see.
right? Sam's still at the bar.
Sam's at the bar, but Sam is listening in. There's very little
Okay.
doubt that even with your own young vampire powers, you know that Sam is probably listening to everything being said at this bar at once.
So what's the expectation or authority if we find said
If
individual?
if you find the
You guys got
individual,
some rules, right? That we're not supposed to do stuff to each other.
number one rule of the masquerade is vampires don't exist. You got to do what you got to do. I understand. As he pats his pistol on his side. But I would suggest you make a phone call to me and Sam before anything too permanent happens. And
Mm.
as a cop, I would throw it out there. Make sure you've got, you know, the best evidence you can provide. You don't want anyone thinking you have a vested interest in who committed the crime. And of course, he's saying this,
I'm
and you guys are like, but we're not really involved in the city politics yet. We're too
yeah,
young to
why
actually take a side, which is actually one of you may think that's why you're being picked is because you don't have any bias.
I'm also curious, why would you have I don't think any of us have any kind of skills that would make make us good at detective work.
It's not detective work I'm counting on. I'm counting on your inner instincts.
Okay.
As he's all super cryptic and shit. It sounds like to me you would like to roll an insight check. That's one
Uh,
of the skills that you're
okay.
really good at, by the
Hmm.
way.
Okay, let's see. Insight.
I say that
Insight.
jokingly, by the way.
Oh, you do.
I do.
Should I?
I
Okay.
mean,
I might as well. I'm going to give it a try.
do it.
Okay.
Because I ain't gonna do it. Because I ain't got shit for insight.
Pool size modifier, I keep that as a 0.
Yep. Keep all the only thing you need to worry about really is hey, look at that, 3 successes. As immediately you get the insight of
Oh,
this
it says,
guy.
I think it says four successes, I think.
You
No,
rolled 4
dice rolled
dice,
for.
and you had 3
Okay.
successes out of
Okay.
2, which I don't know what's showing of 2, but yeah, 3 successes out of 4 dice rolled. So you
Oh, I'm
immediately,
looking at the wrong one. I'm
yep,
sorry.
you immediately get the idea from the way he's throwing this down at the table for you. He is wanting you guys because you are more or less young and not involved in the city politics. Because he totally does this, looks left, looks right, leans in really close, even though you all know Sam is going to overhear it. He's trying to chew his words purposely so he doesn't say anything that gets him in shit. You may have guessed that Sam picked your little cadre purposely and for a reason, and I know better than to second guess her choices. And he totally nods in Sam's direction as you all are like leaning in to listen. And y'all look, and Sam is looking right at all of you, and she nods.
Okay. I don't know if I should be nervous or not.
So
I mean,
I.
anytime the adults are talking to you, and all of a sudden Paul's like, "Don't worry, don't worry. We we the question is, what do we do when we find the monster? Not if we're gonna find the monster, because we already did." And Weber just looks over at the weird guy in the corner, and he just like he doesn't question. He just looks at the three of you and says, "Yeah, your friend has all the confidence in the world with you."
Of course he
I'm
does.
I'm gonna
I look. Sorry. Go ahead.
oh sorry, I was just gonna say I'm gonna reach over and kinda like pat his hand, comforting grandma like, and ask Paul, how does he know it's a monster? Or
It,
what
it,
kind of monster?
it's a monster. And while you guys were all talking and looking at crime scene photos, you didn't realize that he had the kid's play mat in front of him, and he somehow stole a red crayon as there's a kid at the far end of the diner going, "Someone stole my crayon! Why is this child out at this late time of night? I don't know." But he's got the red crayon, and he's just drawing this slashy red. Looks like, when a kid goes nuts drawing on something, how it actually is an image, but it isn't an image at the same time. And
Hmm.
he's writing the word that you see repeated more often than not is monster. Monster. Voices. The voices. Monster.
What do the voices say, Paul?
I don't know. I know, but I don't know yet. We haven't heard the voices. We we we're going to find out the one who hears the voices. I think that's the monster. Or are we the monster? I don't know yet. We have to find out. Is anybody else hungry?
Jesus. We're
Great.
not
Go get you
we're not
something to
eating
eat,
here,
sweetie.
Paul. We're not eating here.
And you see him just
We
lift up.
got food at home. We have food at home.
He lifts up the crayon and sniffs the kid's scent on it, and just like,
No.
And I mean, are we able to order here?
You are able to order a beverage if you would like to get a little juice in there for you.
Yeah,
And
because
let
tomato juice is good this time of night.
I guess we could do that.
Do
As
a round
Shirley
of
the
tomato juice
waitress,
for everybody.
totally gets the Clamato special for everybody. As you
Yes.
guys get to
Nice
sip
Bloody Mary.
a nice solid blood
Hey.
point so that way you're topped off. You give it to
Yeah.
Paul just to make
Yeah.
him nice and calm.
So I grabbed the information as far as like the address and stuff. Any pattern or locality that matches up with the scenes?
So when you look at the first one, you're guessing he was, the college kid was probably snatched somewhere near campus with the location of the
Okay.
sewer grate. And the other one is out in a little park area, which you're not quite sure how they connect, but you could always go to them because, you know,
Yeah, get that. I was looking for potential linkage of some kind. So the park's not near the university.
um, there may be if you give me a skill roll. See how I throw that out there?
Okay. I don't know. What would that be? Streetwise?
So for Charles the White Hat, I would take Streetwise would totally be a Streetwise thing, especially since one of them may be a drug dealer. Or you could
Yeah.
go with investigation.
Yeah, I think I'll do my streetwise.
Okay, Streetwise would be a very good choice.
All right. And we will use, let's see. So let's see. Intelligence, wits. So resolve is like your
A resolve is
mental
basically,
stamina,
yeah,
right?
it's basically like a discipline to keep people from manipulating you.
Yeah. So
Very important in the vampire scene.
I guess wit, maybe?
Okay, wit's a good one.
All
Wits
right.
is how you
So
quickly
wit.
and throw something out, you talk shit. Wit would definitely be a good one.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of pulling my stuff together here. All right. And
As immediately, our White Hat is totally gonna. I mean, because he is Clan Brujah. They're usually known for being the street thugs of the Vampire Society. One success. You notice that the two scenes do not seem to be connected. Where the college kid was
okay.
killed is not really like a drug haven, but where the druggie was found is not too far where people make night buys. You totally know that the guy sprawled out on the rock, he may have in fact been a dealer because you point out the drug paraphernalia because that's what your eye catches. As he's just like, well, he's not too far from where street folks will do sales and other services in private, away from the normies.
Okay.
And as
Yeah.
the detective totally hands one of you guys, and it's totally, I think, going to be the sweet little granny, a visitor's badge to the morgue in case you needed more information. This will get you in the door in case you get caught there. Not using Uber vampire powers. You could just walk in the door and say, "I'm here as a volunteer. I'm here to claim the body." Because you could always lie. That's totally a thing for vampires to do.
And the
Okay,
body,
I will take that and kind of tuck it in my parts.
and the body damage is similar between the two.
Similarly grotesque. Yeah, it looks like this guy had hit both of his hamstrings ripped open and then was dragged to this rock. And then, in the way the bite marks look, they were repeated bites. But the bite marks, you totally see there's a picture where the crime scene investigator put his measuring tape measuring the bite circumference. And of course, that's one of the things is probably killing the cop here because they actually have bite marks. And it looks like two or
Right.
three repeated bites exsanguinated the corpse. And
Okay.
from your
Which is, I was
streetwise,
told, a no-no, apparently.
yep, yep.
Could this possibly be a Sabat thing?
You have a feeling Sabat would
Oop.
probably be worse, as you mentioned the
Okay.
Sabat, and all of a sudden the detective's like, "We hope not." That's part of what we need you to find out, because if it is, I need you children not to get overcommitted, but I need you to confirm before spreading rumors of such and saying such words, as he totally gives you the look like we don't say that word in this city.
Okay. We're new. I didn't know.
There was a problem in the
So
80s. We don't talk about that anymore. The prince changed the history books.
okay.
So these
Oh,
are bad vampires?
As he looks across the table and says, the last time a group of Sabbat were through here, we had to spend millions of dollars in propaganda to make sure the event disappeared, as well as a few city reporters. And the body count was in the dozens.
Well, we
And I'm
certainly don't want to go through that again then.
and I'm not talking about the humans. As he like
Ah,
grimaces.
okay. I'll avoid those people. Good to know.
And he, of course,
So
hands you
those
guys.
murders were done by other vampires at that time?
It was a group of, and he like kind of chokes on the word, Sabbats, who were driving through town on the way to leaving the country, and they decided to have one last party in the city. We lost
Mm.
we lost quite a few prominent members when that happened.
How long ago was that?
That was that was about, and you see him doing the math of how long ago was the 80s. That was about 40 years ago.
Hmm.
Trust
And
me,
what time is it?
if they were back in town, it wouldn't be just two bodies we're investigating.
Unless it's just a start, but okay.
And he totally like, white knuckles the table. He says, last time they were in town, it was more than a dozen bodies per night. And these are
Hmm.
only two bodies in 4 days.
okay.
The two
So
days
it's not
apart
as
makes us think that it's one of us.
All right. Well, let's go check out one of the scenes, I guess.
I
Okay,
want to
so
share my picture, which I kind of put as my profile picture, but I don't know.
okay, you can share it.
Where'd you put
How
it?
do I put on my profile picture for my character, but I don't
Oh,
know where I can
okay.
share it other than that, so you
Okay,
guys can
well,
see it.
everybody, oh my
That's cool.
God, that's awesome.
How can I view it? I can click on your profile you sent.
If you
Yeah.
click the bio and info tab, you should be able to see it.
Well, if you click on her, that's all you'll get is the bio and info,
Okay,
but you'll have the picture.
I will totally upload it real quick.
I was looking on Discord. Did you put it on the roll 20?
I put it on the roll 20 bio and
Yeah, if you click the little book at the top right and then go down to
Okay.
her character, open it, you'll
Oh, oh my God, cute.
And
thank
this
you.
is why we say
That's
she's amazeballs.
awesome.
She just popped that
That's really
out in,
sweet.
40 minutes.
Yeah.
And not even because she's been playing at the same time. Yes,
I have
Conrad, you are
ADD. I
amazeballs.
have to multitask to pay attention.
Yeah, no,
Mm-hmm.
that's fine. It's just your ridiculous skill. Like I said, I screw up stick figures, so
We love you and are envious of you because you have ridiculous skills.
Thank you.
So which murder scene are you going to first?
Should we go to
so
the
I,
more recent one because that would make
uh,
more sense? There might be fresher clues.
I'd be the
Okay.
druggie, right?
I mean, Juana might have some reason for going out to the park-like area. Just gonna throw that one out there.
Well, that's the druggie, right? The park.
The park druggie, yep.
Yeah, and that's the most recent one, right?
That's 2 days ago, yep.
Yep. Let's do
So
it.
so we get the
As
screen
we,
swipe as you guys all head there, and Paul decides he's gonna stay in the car. Who's driving, or are there multiple vehicles, or are y'all all Ubering because you're modern vampires?
I feel like we might as well all go together in one vehicle, but I
Well,
don't have a
Granny's
car.
got a car, right?
Who's got a car?
I
Does
mean,
Paul have
the,
one?
the
What?
cat lady's got to have a car. She's got to take her cats to the vet and stuff.
Yeah, it makes sense that you would
We
have a car.
walk. We walk on the
You
side of the
why
road
would
like
you
a
walk
pack.
with all your cats that you have to take to the vet? I feel like you would take all your cats at once to the vet with multiple cat boxes, and that makes no sense for you to walk.
I don't know.
But she's a cuckoo cat lady, and that's what she does.
I just imagine like an old lady, she just got like a herd of cats following her,
Oh my
nobody
god.
questions it because they just think she's the crazy cat lady, like,
Okay. All right. You know what?
Is that
Maybe
a
I
can of
have like a
tuna in your pocket, or are you happy to see us, says the cats?
Oh my god. Maybe okay, so maybe it makes sense that I might have a vehicle to transport art from back when I was alive.
There you
Okay.
go.
So we'll do that.
You've painted over the hashtag see my art logo that used to be back there that's still pissing you off.
Yeah. Just black X's on anything that has my social media.
So you guys
It
get to
used
the.
to be
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like it used to be like a happy and beautiful, and I literally took black paint and just splattered it all over the car.
Your fellow clan members are like, she's in her black phase.
Yeah.
Her artwork used to be a sunrise and sunset. Now it's in the midnight phase. As you guys, we get the screen swipe, cop procedural style. As you guys are at the park and you've easily found where the yellow tape is still wrapped all around the trees there, and there's, the hint of a crime scene where the blood is churned and, oxidized on the rock, and they've tried to pretty it up a little, but you clearly see that this is the location in the photos. What do you guys do when you get there?
I guess we should investigate.
Yeah, well, search the area.
Do the very polite lift up the police tape, or are you going to rip through the police tape?
No, I'm gonna
Are
lift it
there
up.
any police around?
No, there's no cops around. There's totally a cop car in the parking lot, which is funny because it's affected the local night trade at this area, because there's a cop just sitting there in his car keeping warm, not wanting to stand out at the police line. That's stupid. And that's his
Okay.
opinion. He should totally be
Is it
there,
a
but he is
human
not.
cop or is it a vampire cop?
It,
Is
it
it a
appears to
ghoul
be a
cop?
human cop.
What is a ghoul cop? Is it a ghoul cop?
You don't know.
But you
It's
guys
a
are so
cop you've
versed
Why
in
didn't you
never
vampires
talk to
already.
him?
seen. And by the way,
Huh?
what she's referring to is in Vampire the Masquerade, you can feed a regular human your blood, and he will become stronger and tougher and much more loyal to you if you do this. That's what a ghoul is.
So
Hmm.
I'm gonna go distract the cop because I'm good, and I can draw his attention to me
Okay, so
because
how are you
I'm
gonna
good
do
at
that?
that. I'm just gonna wander up and I'm just gonna start a conversation, and I have a thing called awe,
And what does that
where
do?
anyone in the presence of the vampire finds their attention inexplicably drawn to them. Those listening to the vampire speak might suddenly agree on subjects where they previously held different viewpoints. While this power doesn't cause rapt infatuation, it's still strong enough to sway the mind of most mortals. So I'll just start talking to him, ask him how his night is, what are you up to? Yeah, just basically, I'm going to be a distraction,
You
Is
totally
it
and I'm
night?
miss.
gonna,
It is
huh?
nighttime. Yep.
What time of day it is? It is nighttime. Okay.
Well, of course, yeah, we're not gonna be out during the day because we'll
I mean,
fry
you
like
can
bacon.
Yep.
try. That's what umbrellas are for, right?
I guess.
And heavy, heavy sunscreen.
Okay, so you knock on the glass, and immediately he was gonna roll his window down and tell you, "Hey, move along, move along," and then he like makes eye contact with you and just sees your sparkles and cinnamon come across as pure awe, and then he immediately gets that until he tips his hat and says, "Ma'am, what can I do for you?" And he immediately seems interested in anything and everything you want to talk about.
So I just, so I'm just going to basically talk about the mundane, ask about his life, just start talking,
And
and anything and I'll ask him, and any subject he seems to be interested in, I will then talk about. So basically, I'm going to throw little cues and take whatever he gives me and push it back on him so I can keep him in a conversation so everybody else can do what they need to do.
as she is totally giving you
Okay.
guys that you basically see her, as the camera swings by with the rest of you coming and Paul following, kind of distracted. She's totally up against the cop's car, and the cop's leaning all up against his car, and he's like got his hand up on his chin, infatuated with her. You see him just reeking with infatuation of, hey, if you want to get in the back seat, I'll talk about anything and everything you want
She's.
to talk about. If you're cold, we can
I
get in the
totally
car.
will. I totally will, because he might be a meal. Anyway.
As you guys go walking off into the crime scene, they're in the background as you see he lets her flip on the lights for a second. Totally
It's for
distracted.
funsies.
And
Alrighty
Paul,
Okay,
then.
well, I'm just gonna approach the crime scene and I'm
Yep.
gonna just have kind
you
of a
see this
dainty demeanor, push away the thing,
this
the crime scene tape.
daintily, climb under it. As you see, there's a corpse of
Mm-hmm.
trees here. It's a nice little forested area, and you guys clearly see the rock, and you practically can recall the image of where the body was sprawled on it, and the black oxidized blood all over the rock where it hasn't been cleaned up yet, and a lot of looks like the cops made kind of a mess of the scene, but there's definitely some information that you could get from this. And
Alright.
Juana definitely notices that there are some squirrels and some birds out here. Maybe there's even a night owl. You never know. So who's doing
Well,
what?
yeah, I am going to use Feral Whispers then, and if I can, let me see. And I'm gonna be friendly, so I'm gonna use charisma and animalism rather than uh, manipulation. Um, but I'm just gonna see what kind of animals did you say were around?
So there's some birds huddled up in their nests in the trees. You see an owl fly by. You've got squirrels out there. What creatures of the park are you going to summon?
Hmm. You know, I'm actually gonna, I think I'm gonna talk to the squirrels. I
As
choose the
you guys
squirrels. So
you guys totally see
You
I'd
the one
realize
like to.
squirrel. She
squirrel, right? You realize squirrel, like squirrel. Oh,
goes,
I'm distracted. No, the owl might be a little more observant, but intelligent. But hey, I don't know animals for squat, so you do you.
Now you might be surprised by some squirrels, though. So
Okay.
he is
maybe
clan
not,
Bruja, which are
but you
known
know,
for punching squirrels to get information out of them. Not the best.
wait, who does that?
That's your buddy Charles there. He's clan Bruja. They're known for being the street thugs of the vampire world.
Okay, well, stay away from the squirrels while I'm here, honey, because
No squirrel
we'll be
punching.
fighting about that. No, okay, so let me roll. I'm gonna try and ask the squirrels if they've seen anything unusual or, if they saw a murder, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. And see, the beauty is part of this
So,
role is to find out if they did. It's not just your ability to communicate it. It's if they did. Maybe they didn't.
yeah, maybe they didn't see
They were
anything. Okay,
distracted.
so
Squirrel.
As you totally make a squirrel noise, and like three little bushy, fox-eared squirrels come running towards your little squirrel squeaky noise.
cute. Okay, so charisma and animalism. Let me roll. Just looking for.
To quote Vin Diesel, it's an animal thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at her like, okay, this woman's crazy. I mean, I get the cats and
I'm the
all, but
crazy cat lady. I don't know what you
All
expect.
right, and
yeah.
and and the little group of squirrels comes up, and the bravest one of them all comes running up to you and hops into your hand and starts squirrel squirking back at you, and you get this little back and forth as it's trying to convey concepts as best a squirrel can. As it basically confirms that yes, it was in the trees the night of the commotion, and they
Those same scary
witnessed.
diseases.
And I just say hush and kind of swat him away because
As the squirrel's like getting all chatty with his little hands gesturing at you, it basically conveys to you that yes, two dark times ago, 2 nights ago, that there was, the normal two-legged, it's word for people, running around the park doing their thing, which they always do, and not leaving food for us like they're supposed to do, and then something that smells similar to you, which is conveying vampire, hunted and murdered one, and we all hid while it happened because it was brutal and horrible and blood everywhere, and squirrels don't like blood.
Mm-mm. Oh, well, I'm gonna just pet his little head and give him a little snack and tell him thank you and ask if he saw where the other vampire went after everything happened.
He basically says he went off that way and points to the west, and says that this was the meanest two-legged ever. It was full of rage, like an angry
Mm.
dog. It barked at the moon like an angry dog, but not dog, like you.
Hmm. Okay.
And it totally
Just put a picture of us.
Gotcha.
makes a comment about when it ate the person on the rock, that the person was already asleep before it was eaten. It
Hmm.
ravaged the body like a dog. The squirrel is obsessed with dogs.
I have thoughts, but I am in the car with the cop, possibly up to shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Um, can I ask this little squirrel if he wants to like come on a journey with us? And he can just ride on my shoulder.
The squirrel will totally accept your invite for a journey.
He
And
does?
yep, he will totally go. And you hear Paul talking
Awesome.
about the squirrel right over your shoulder.
And there's pictures of your squirrel in the general chat. And
I saw that. You're just gonna have to be stuck with me and my squirrel now, man. He's part of the
he,
team.
he looks quite wise. He's
Action squirrel. As it's that
Is there anything
classic
else
fox
like
eared squirrel with
evidence
the
on the
hand.
ground we could?
Yeah,
What's
I was gonna
that?
say, while she's talking to squirrels, I'm gonna investigate the area like a real scientific person would.
Okay, go ahead and give me your investigation. As he totally pops out all street CSI. And
Oh
the
man,
squirrel's just got the hand gestures. I mean, I love that picture because that's that one fox-eared squirrel that does the dramatic pose.
yeah,
As he's got the dramatic
Yeah, I
hand
imagine him
gestures.
telling like this intense story and waving his
yep.
arms around. Oh, they were terrible.
Man, you guys get these wonderful successes I just barely eke by.
As you get one investigation, as you basically backtrack from the actual murder scene, and you realize that further off from where the murder happened, there seems to have been signs of a struggle where it looks like somebody was punched or hit hard, and a small splattering of blood, mainly through vampire senses that key the blood splatter. Looks like somebody got into a scuffle, and then slight hints that the body was dragged to this private spot to be murdered. because the blood on the stone totally tells you that this is where the murder happened, but there's no signs of struggle on the rock. And of course, there's
So
way
they
less
knocked.
blood on the rock than there should be if there's a true murder with these wounds.
So they were knocked out, drug over, drained and ravaged.
That's what you're definitely getting.
All right, I'll come back and point that out. Be like, hey, yeah, whoever did this, like, knocked him out over that way, brought him here, and then based on the blood, must have drained most of them and then ravaged them, which is kind of disgusting.
I mean, talk about playing with your food.
Right?
Okay.
Why would somebody ravage the body after they've had their fill? What are we? What kind of
So missed.
creatures are these?
Says somebody that's got great humanity there, I can sense.
Yeah, I'm new, man. I'm like, what the hell? I was given a couple quick rules and it's like, see ya.
I was told we're sexy vampires, thank you very much, not monsters. As our resident Nosferatu says, you've never met my maker. My
Well,
maker's
mine's a
got a
prick,
mouth that
but I
looks like a
mean,
shark.
wow.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, well, mine's a prick, but I don't think he would do anything like this. Maybe it's that whatever you said that group was. I mean, pretty
That was
crazy.
gonna be my thought too. It's just pretty on board with everything that they do anyway. So
Yeah.
strange that it's seen as out of the ordinary, and why, why would we assume it was anybody else?
Don't know. Kind of weird. Okay, I still don't get all these different groups, but okay.
I just can't remember the names, but
Well, I'm figuring
should we
I'm
go
new. I
back to
don't
the
know much
car
about
then?
them, so I know. Sure, we'll meander back. Take a quick look up in the tree just to make sure any signs of, like, I don't know, climbing or something weird. I don't know what these
Nothing
guys weird might
really in the
do.
trees that you see. According to
Okay.
your friend, the squirrel says nobody but squirrels were in the trees except for the owl.
Ah,
Did they describe the guy? Did he look bestial?
To the squirrel's point of view, all of you humans look alike.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right.
So you're
All
gonna
right.
take him, like, with us to the other site and totally out of his whole biome? Maybe a
Hey,
little
he agreed
squirrel.
to come along. I didn't force him. He's
Okay.
So Jim, so how like
Yeah, please.
how am I progressing with the cop? Like, is he totally enraptured
Oh yeah, you totally
with
have him
me to the
around
point?
your pinky. He is like,
Can I take a little snacky snack?
you could
Wow.
totally go for a little snacky snack of making out in the cop car with the cop.
Yeah, let's do that.
As
And I'll get his number.
you guys are getting all hot and heavy.
Yeah.
So
right
we're
as we're
conducting
walking up out of the
business, and
woods.
yeah,
I'm a
But
distraction.
yeah, okay,
well, you're doing a good job.
yeah, feeding herself, getting all hot and bothered, yeah.
I'm making sure the cop does not yell at you or call for backup when people are
Uh,
desecrating the crime scene. Okay?
uh-huh, uh-huh.
Okay. Anyways,
Mm.
when I notice that you guys are done, I'm gonna, get the cop's number and say, have a good night, and I'm gonna leave.
You're
Okay.
so kind.
And I'll meet up with them, not
Has
within
she,
the cop's sight.
As she
And
comes
We'll meet
up,
back over by what was your vehicle that we came in again?
it
The
was
Yeah,
just a big
Artmobile.
black, an Artmobile splattered in black paint.
and when she comes up, I hand her a handkerchief, like point at her chin, like that's the spot.
What's black and white and red inside? The police officer in his patrol car, totally taking a nap because he feels a little lightheaded. He's like,
He's gonna
oof.
wake up and think maybe he just dozed off for a little bit.
I don't know who that chick at the park was, but apparently she was very friendly, very friendly.
Wow.
Okay, so where do you
I
guys want
guess
to
he
go
was
next?
not a ghoul. I
He was
guess he was
totally
not a
not a
ghoul.
ghoul. You could taste he probably smokes too many cigarettes and drinks too much caffeine,
Yeah.
but definitely not a ghoul.
Okay.
Hey, I
Well, I
guess
kind of
off to blah blah
uh,
address.
the next crime scene.
Okay, now the sewer
Let's
grate
go.
one is pretty much you guys know from the cops, description, it's pretty much clean. It was just a body that's been sitting there in the rain. So it's not really a crime scene anymore, but you guys can do a quick stop by it and you realize, yeah, it's a sewer grate. It's got puddles of water out here and you're not really getting anything from the scene. As a
Can I
GM, I can
ask my
totally
squirrel
save you some
friend?
time. What are you going to
Can
ask him?
I ask him if he smells anything like the same smell of the person who was there
And
at the
he
other
goes,
scene?
and you guys watch as this ridiculous squirrel comes up and he does this action pose like nobody move, and he's sniffing and his tail's twitching and he's sniffing and his tail's twitching, and then he comes up and he says, I smell rainwater everywhere. It's washed clean, and I smell people sewer.
And I'm just looking at
Okay,
the
all
squirrel, looking
right.
at her, going like, yeah, and he's quite
Well,
animated.
Action squirrel.
Hmm.
well, that wasn't helpful. Does anybody else have any ideas?
Gee, the squirrel wasn't helpful. Imagine.
Okay, so this scene, where's the scene? Is it outside, inside?
It's outside, not far from the college. It's basically like how the colleges have little walkways where you could walk to get to the bars and things like that. And it just seems that the body was kind of hastily, from the photos you saw, shoved into the sewer. And you've
Okay.
obviously had a couple days of rain that happened before. About four, 3-4 days ago it rained and it washed all the evidence clear.
Sewer. Are there any sewer rats?
Oh. As the squirrel's like, uh-oh, as he totally hears the sewer rats make their squawks, and he's like, there's bad rodents ahead. Yes,
Because
there
We're
are
we're
we
back
got
east, right?
somebody we
there
got
are
somebody who can
sewer
talk
rats.
to animals. Because
And they're dog-sized sewer rats.
Rodents of
we got
unusual
somebody
size.
here who could talk to animals. Maybe they could
Do
talk to sewer rats. See if the rats could say anything to us.
Yeah. So she says.
do I have? Can I use that on like multiple animals at a time? That
Uh-huh.
the feral whispers. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Let me see if I can talk to the rats. First, I just want to tell the squirrel that I'm going to talk to the rats, so I don't want him to get like,
The squirrel totally is like
I
gonna
don't
go
know.
take a
What was he
timeout.
afraid of the rats or
Yeah, because rats eat
what's that?
squirrels.
Rats eat squirrels. Okay, well, I'm
He,
gonna pick
he's
my little squirrel friend up, put him on my shoulder so he's safe.
totally folds his arms like,
And
I'm not
then
gonna acknowledge a rat. That's just wrong. Naked tails,
this
that's
is
the
just
worst.
sick. Okay. All right. Let me
She's going with
roll.
infested, nasty rats. Like, what the hell? I think she's making it up, just
And
like
y'all
Paul.
thought Paul was the crazy one.
That didn't go well.
Paul's over there
It's
talking
not
to a
good.
bush.
Oh, well, maybe Paul might have some good
Forgot
information.
about Paul.
As
Let me go
as
talk to Paul.
you try to talk to the rat, and the rat is just giving you the rat equivalent of the finger and walks off.
Oh, they
You
got attitude.
associate with
Nice.
squirrels. I don't talk with furry tail people. And the rats just like scurry off, maybe because they sense the predator inside you. They're like, nope, I had a Nosferatu eat my friend.
Damn.
And the rats just like flee
Fun.
away from the disturbance. Some bastard stole the body they were chewing on.
Do we walk down the sewer a little further? You guys want to go?
I go over and talk to Paul.
Maybe
It's like, hey, so the bush get you anything?
He's like, look at the bush, look at the leaves. It's very
Yeah.
green. It's verdant, verdant. Very
Any
green.
info of what happened here?
I I know a man fit in that hole, and he points to where the body was shoved in. He says, but the man wasn't a man anymore. The man was a thing. The man had no blood in it. It was no good for anyone.
Hmm.
Indeed.
Oh,
All
was
right,
it a
Paul.
monster that did that?
This guy that died here, was he the one that still lived with his parents, or was that the first
This
one?
was the college kid. He was the first
Yeah.
Okay.
victim 4 days ago. The druggie was the guy in the park. Obviously, he must have been selling his wares.
Okay.
And you do have his
Because I'm
home
wondering,
address.
yeah, I'm thinking if maybe we should
Let's
go
go there
visit
next. Yeah.
his parents and see if we have any clues there.
For
Because maybe
dessert.
we what?
For dessert, he says.
Maybe.
Um,
Right, let's go.
sure. I don't know what we might get there, but okay.
Unseen on the camera, a rat comes up and sticks the finger up. Get out of here, you squirrel people. Damn dirty
God.
rats.
I'm gonna kick the rat.
Well, this is after you're leaving. You
Good.
can't get reparations on the rat.
God damn it! I want to kick the
Okay.
rat.
So you drive by his parents' house and you see there's a couple lights on, so it's not even though it's nighttime, they're not like asleep. They're probably mourning the loss of their son. We don't hear him in the basement talking to his friends on the computer or making that weird smell. Poor poor
What kind
thrush
of weird
family.
smell?
I don't know. Do you guys get out of the van to find out?
Well, is there anybody else in the house? Like, are we gonna knock on the door, you guys, or?
At what time of night?
It's probably around 11ish at this point. The detective met you
Do we
pretty
have any
early in the
idea
day.
how old his parents were?
Well, if he was in his, early 30s, they're probably in you're guessing the like late 40s, mid 50s, maybe 60s.
Hmm. Does
I
it
mean,
look like
you
anybody's
can,
awake in the house just from the outside?
do
He
you
said
want
lights
to
were on, right?
the lights
Lights.
were on. Do you want to creep around and find out? When you pull up in the van
Yeah, let's
at
be
the side
sneaky.
of the road, you totally see that the lights are on, but if you want anything else, you're gonna have to like creep around, creeper. Somebody want to give me a stealthy stealth? I mean, there
How
is
big is this
always just to
house?
go knock at the door. I mean,
I mean, at
Yeah,
11
but
o'clock
I
at
don't
night.
think they'll like us very much
I mean,
at 11 o'clock at night.
it's the world of darkness. Everybody stays up late.
somebody called my house after 9 o'clock. It was like, what the hell? Back in the day, so
But yet it's okay
that
for
was
me to
like a
Facebook you
given.
at midnight.
Right. Well, it's different times. I'm talking back then, so
Well, remember, this is modern
old
day.
school. I know, but still, somebody show up at my door at 11 o'clock. Yeah, it might not be a wonderful greeting. So if we want to sneak up, I can lead us up.
I'm down to creep.
I
Okay,
guess.
go creep in the windows. You could always try like creeping and breaking in as an option. I mean, Give me your.
Is
Can
it a
I send my
single, double
squirrel to go
story?
look too?
What's that?
Go ahead.
Is it a single or double story?
That's a double-story house,
Okay.
and it's totally got a basement. You
Okay.
can see the slight window for a basement.
I'm guessing the son lived in the basement.
Well, remember the detective did tell you he lived in the basement.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can
Well,
stealth up and slip into the basement through the basement window,
Sneaky, sneaky,
unless
sneaky.
there's a
do it.
basement door.
Maybe there is. Sneak around and find out.
And I'm willing to lead the stealth.
Go for it.
All right, and I guess we'll do that, do that, do that, and do that.
Oh my God. As you look at them and you're like, oh, worst house security ever. See those bushes? That's where people would sneak around and break into your house. As you easily can guide the group or go alone if you want to go alone, to you
I
are
mean,
sneaking around and checking out the house, creepily looking in the window. You see that his parents are in the house. Obviously, dad's in the recliner drinking. He's got the almost empty bottle of cheap booze. The mothers, they both look to be in their early 50s. They must have had them young.
got the box wine.
Box one.
You totally see Charles's head pop up in the back door window and come down. His mom's like drinking wine but pretending not to, and dad's just flat out drinking booze because their baby's dead. And you don't see anyone else in the house other than those two and a cat.
And a cat.
And a cat. And with those successes, I will gladly tell you there seems to be a basement door and a window, both large enough that someone could get in and out of through them. And it does look to you like the window has been used like very often over the last couple months for someone sneaking in and out.
Okay. Were you guys coming with,
Interesting.
or?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna come with also.
Well, the window's probably the easiest to jimmy and get in, so let's do that.
Okay, somebody give me a
Alright.
larceny.
Larceny?
Yep.
Larceny.
Who's got good stats on that?
And
Larceny.
it seems like
+1.
it's a very easy window to pop open, almost like someone has that window exactly for the reason. It's very easy to pop open from the outside.
Probably me. I got like 2 pips and 3 in physical abilities there, so.
Sweet. All right.
Larceny. We'll do the same. We'll do some decks. Gonna submit and boom.
Oh,
Boom, boom.
damn. Like nobody's business, you pop the lock open.
Finally, some skills I
Like
do good at.
nobody's business.
Like nobody's business. And just as you pop the window open, out comes the cat. Flying past you guys just enough to kind of startle you for a second. But not you're not hungry or nothing, so you don't like freak out and lash out at the cat, thank God. As the cat goes
Oops,
running off.
well, there goes their cat. Oh well.
And you
I'm
guys
gonna
can
call to the cat, like, hey, where are you going?
as the squirrel's like, don't talk to cats. They're cats. They're murderers.
So, like,
And the cat is just like
I'm out of here.
the cat excuse me, the cat senses there's something unnatural about you.
Yeah.
Then
It's a
have like animal Ken to calm the cat down or something?
I mean, either one of you guys could try that as you see Charles slipping inside the window.
I'm wondering if do you have animal Ken that
Oh,
might crazy
yep,
cat lady who is good with cats?
yep. Juana has
yeah, no,
crazy animalism.
right. Yeah, I mean, I should definitely try and talk to the cat.
So we definitely
But as
need at
it's
least
running away, can I try and
two
call it
six.
back?
Sure, it's going to require 2 successes because it is agitated.
Cats are stuck up, so.
I mean, come on, it's a
Okay,
cat.
hold
It's
on, let me get
practically
this.
related to
And you
vampires,
said to
right?
do what? I do something with the modifier for that, or
We just need 2 successes.
2
Yep.
successes.
So
Okay,
leave
so
that
I'll
at
roll.
0 and the other at 2, and then boom.
Yep.
Okay, I'll do it twice. So there's.
So you got 1 success.
So you give it the, and the cat's just like, meow, calms down, but it still saunters off. It does the cat saunter. We all know that cat, that saunter.
Yeah,
Arrogant
they
bastard.
look at you and totally ignore you and walk away.
But at least you
Can I
calmed
roll
it
one more
down.
time, but this time use my instead of being nice, be like, "Hey, get
Ooh.
over here."
Okay, you could use your animal ability and be more commanding.
Mhm. Okay,
As
let me
at this
see
point,
here.
Charles is already in the basement looking around.
I'm gonna wait just in case I need to help.
As you know, you immediately give the cat the cat, get over here, and the cat's just like, okay, and it comes up and totally does the headbutt to your leg, like, I sorry, I makes you mad, I's cat.
I good. I baby.
Mm,
Look at
okay,
me,
I'm
I
gonna be
listen
very
to you.
stern with the cat, but
As the cat rolls
yeah.
over and offers the fake belly, because the belly is a lie.
It's a
Okay,
trap.
Who knew a
well,
cat
I'm
could do
gonna just
werewolf
kind of kneel
damage?
down next to the cat and ask him what's been going on around his house.
And the cat says,
What's happening?
everyone's sad. My my burden has disappeared and not come home and everyone is sad.
Your
And yes,
burden?
he's totally referring to his person as his burden.
Yeah, that sounds like a cat.
If you've ever played The Secret of Cats, it's a Fate System RPG. You play magic cats and they refer to their people as their burdens. It was totally written by cat people.
Nice.
As he just says that his
What
burden has not
what
come
happened
home.
the last night? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh
Sorry.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask the cat, what happened the last time that you got to see him.
He was making his bad cat food and packing it up to go make the monies.
Mad cat. Okay, okay.
As the camera swivels down in the basement window and we see Charles in there kind of poking
The
around.
monies.
You see this like
And
ridiculously.
this is the college kid, right?
No, this is the
No,
drug
this is
kid.
the drug dealer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Drug
okay.
dealer out of his parents' basement
Yep.
Okay.
that got killed in the park, right?
As you see, yep,
Okay.
exactly. As you see
Yeah, yeah.
funky couch, like ridiculously found on side of road couch that's well used and well stinky. Little tiny
Gross.
refrigerator that's really old. You kind of open it and see it's full of mostly beers and condiments.
Ew.
And you see a functional but out of date computer over there. And more importantly, you get a whiff of some weird smells.
Ew.
Ooh.
Gross.
Chemical smells or bodily smells?
It smells more chemically, like a sweet, fruity
Ah,
chemical smell. Want to give me an investigate?
sure. Intelligence. Back down
Okay.
to ones.
One success. As you know, you look around and you find this false panel where he basically put a panel up, and when you open it up, you see his
Mm-hmm.
little drug lab. You know, he's got all the things needed to cook up some kind of bad drugs. and you see a couple little Ziploc baggies of his product. But no
Okay.
actual drugs on site, just residue. And you see he's totally got like a shop vac set up to blow out the window when he's, cooking his stuff.
So desk, any kind of paperwork, notes, contacts.
Nothing you really come across. You see like a scribbled note of being in the park at a certain time. You're really not picking up much other than, just that he may have been at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, not finding much down here as I kind of come to the window and whisper.
As you whisper out the
Don't,
window as they're talking to the cat.
It's like, yeah, don't find much other than, yeah, he was making drugs and stuff, but nothing to indicate any kind of contacts or bad friends or anything like that.
So he probably just left his house like usual, like he would any other night, and wow.
Go try to make a
What
deal
should we
on the
search
street,
next then?
and it went south.
As our Bruja is doing the whole, yeah, he's a drug dealer. He was probably at the wrong place at the wrong time.
So there's no actual connection between the two of them.
No.
I mean,
Ugh. Okay.
could always talk to the parents.
Guess we should talk to the parents, I guess.
But at like 11:30 at night.
And as you
I
guys
mean,
are,
shit.
Who's gonna
Do
go
we
do
have
that?
any?
'Cause
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't have any abilities to do anything to them.
I mean, I could, but I'm trying to think of what angle I should go at with the parents.
and just as you guys are having this conversation in the dark alley, do any of you keep your phones on silent?
I do. So that's
I
just
would probably, like I do now. So
I figured I'd
that's just
ask.
I'm
common
an old
sense.
lady, so I probably have my volume up to like 100.
Oh God.
So all of a sudden, as you guys are,
Just to be realistic.
talking through the window and the cat, one phone starts ringing really loudly, and the other two of you hear the ver 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 of your phones on silent. Does anybody answer?
yeah, pull out the phone, see who it is. If I can only guess.
Check the phone,
Okay.
and I kind of look at I'm sorry. I look at Juana, and I'm like, turn it off. Turn it off.
I'm just like fumbling, reaching around, like trying to figure out where my phone's at.
Does the
while
cat
it's
look
just
like it's got a
waiting.
collar on?
The cat does not have a collar.
Okay.
As
All right.
you pretty much all three, click your phones, and you get Detective Weber trying to get a hold of you guys. Are you all together?
Yes. How did you
Yeah.
And
call us
Paul
all
is
at
in
the
the
same
van, and he's like, "No, we're apart. I'm in the van."
In the van? Like in our van?
He's in the van. We left him in the van.
Paul is in the van?
Yes.
Oh no, we left him in the van.
No, he stayed in the van. I have the keys.
Even worse, you left him locked in the van.
I didn't leave
Did
him
we even
locked in the
crack a
van.
window?
I cracked the windows for him. He's fine.
As
But he can't. He doesn't need to breathe. He's fine.
as Detective Weber is just hearing you guys have this conversation on a conference call, and you can practically hear him rubbing his temple.
I'm climbing out the
We
window
never
at this
said we were
point.
detectives, detective.
Hey, you chose us to be. This is your fault.
I just wanted to let you know there's been another body.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Oh,
Of course.
where?
Okay, I guess we'll head over there, I guess. Should we
I've
return the cat to its owners though?
well the
Yeah,
cat.
they don't need to lose a cat and their son all in the same,
Maybe the
week.
cat doesn't want to go back.
I guess that's up to the cat.
So do you guys throw the cat back in when you close the window, or you just leave him free running
Prob
out?
put the cat back in.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw him back in and shut him in and wave him goodbye.
As the cat says,
We're
"I
like,
am a bad
no.
cat. I am a bad cat. I should have listened the first time." So you guys get back in the car, and Detective Weber's giving you an address to head to. He basically is letting you know that he's in the town proper now. There's a 3-story squat that another body was found that I'm pretty sure is our perp.
Okay. All right, let's head over
And
and see.
we get the screen swipe as you guys pull up, and there's a bunch of cop cars cordoning off the area. As you totally see him up on the 3rd floor stairwell, kind of leaning, smoking a cigarette because it's a bad habit from the living days. As he flicks a cigarette towards your vehicle to signal where he is, and just does the 2-finger gesture for you guys to come on up and disappears off the edge. Now the question is, how are you guys going to get up there past the police cordon line?
I'm gonna call him back and say to tell the officers that they're expecting us.
And he just sighs and says, "I'll be right down." A moment later, he comes down, lifts up the police tape, and talks to 2 of the officers. You can't quite hear it, and then he comes over and waves to you guys and lifts up the police cordoning line and says, "These are special consultants." And the cop's just like, "Whatever."
Okay.
Yeah.
And he
That's
just
Uh,
he gives you this look like, "I am annoyed that I had to come walk you up here." He basically tells you that he thinks this is another victim, even though according to what we've seen yet, the victim was not drained of blood.
huh.
got
So,
interrupted.
yeah. How
And
how long ago was this guy
he
like
totally
murdered?
gestures that it was within the last 2 hours. We received some anonymous calls from some of the other people staying here. Would someone like to give me a composure and investigate roll?
Let me look at my character sheet to see if I'm good at any of
And do you
that.
still have the squirrel on your shoulder?
Composure.
Yeah, I've still got my squirrel.
I mean, I have composure, but it's not under investigate. You know what I mean?
Well, everybody has
Let me see what I've
composure,
got.
but
Okay.
you want to click the investigate skill and pick composure.
Okay.
I have 2 dots of composure and 1 dot of investigation.
See, I have no
Same.
dots of investigate, but I have 3 dots of composure.
Mm.
Yeah, I've 2 composure and 1 investigate. What's the difference between the light and the blue, or the light and the darker dots? Anything? No.
The darker dot is your latest dot that you purchased.
Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, so I think we're all about the same then.
No, I'm like no investigate and 3 composure.
Right, which is 3 dots. I have 3 dots between investigate and composure, and same with the other. So anybody can do it, and we
I can
got
do
it.
it.
So
Give it a
I'll
try.
go for it. All right.
Yeah, I didn't get it at all.
As you guys are just looking at
Investigate.
these horrible houses, as Paul comes up and Paul totally dips his fingers in the blood of pool and tastes it and says,
What do you taste, Paul?
I taste anger, but anger, and not so much anger. Look, less slashing, less anger, but sadness. I taste sadness. looks like whatever they were doing, they were sad.
Oh, wow.
Huh.
Why were they sad, Paul?
And he just looks up of they they and you totally see his eyeballs roll back as he's doing his prophecy thing. As he says that they're killing people they know. They're killing their
Oh,
past.
Hmm.
huh. So these people are all connected by one person, possibly. Do you think this is somebody who recently turned? Maybe the person I hate to say this person is either the fact that they're attacking in such a savage way, I wonder if they're one of the more unhinged clans.
Wow. And the politics come out.
I'm just saying.
I mean, it's a rough thing to come to grips with. So
Yeah,
But
it could be. Definitely could
because,
be.
and it could, but it definitely, at least the clue we have is they're killing people that they know. So there is someone that all, who is this person? Who is this? So one of them was a college kid. The other one was somebody who was dealing drugs near a college, it appears.
oh, making
So
and selling drugs.
making and selling drugs, but also selling them near a college. So who is this third person?
And Weber looks at you and says, "That's a good question. Unfortunately, the body wasn't found with any identification on it yet, but." And he kind of points out that there's goes over and pulls some of the boards in this little squat apartment, and you can clearly see he kind of like doesn't want the regular cops to see this, as there's a sleeping bag, a stove, and some MREs shoved into a small box,
Huh.
and he totally hands you a small box that he just found while you guys were looking at the body, but you see locks of hair.
Okay, like multiple locks of hair?
Hmm.
Well, that's creepy.
You think?
Okay. So,
As as
does this guy look, is his face intact?
his face is intact, yeah.
Okay. And does he look like he's homeless?
When you look at him, hmm, it does look like he has got less damage than the previous victims, and of course, it looks like there's a lot more blood that he bled out, as opposed to someone consuming him. It does look less messy and more of a impulse attack. I mean, if somebody else wants to
Okay.
give me an investigation roll,
Well,
because
no,
that.
but I was definitely trying to find out if he's homeless,
Oh,
is like with
Juana,
his
I
dress.
just see 3 successes there. I did not see Juana's roll there. As Juana totally leans down the body and says, "This looks more like a someone stumbled on the location."
Okay. So
So we're
this
up in
might,
an apartment, right?
Yep, it's like a squalor apartment, something that's been all
Yeah.
should have been demolitioned years ago.
okay. All right.
And
So there's a possibility that this is not part of the pattern, that the whoever our person is may have run
as
into this person by accident,
more importantly,
possibly.
Juana moves that panel that the officer just found and goes into the crawl space. And you can clearly see that someone has attempted to make some soundproofing by putting cardboard and taping it inside that room.
Okay.
Ooh,
And it is
like somebody
obviously
was staying in
sunproof. Yeah, like when you look at it, Juana, you're like, this would be a place where a vampire would hole up in this hole.
Does it look
So
like
this is
anybody's been there recent?
It does, with your investigation check there, look like this may have been where a vampire would hole up.
okay.
Okay.
So this
So
is
maybe who's
where
ever doing this? Go ahead.
no, I
So
was
this person's a squatter that found the other
the vampire, and so that's
space.
why they killed him. Yeah.
Hmm. Now, do you
So
show one of those hairs?
yeah.
Okay, so as Juana comes out, your friend comes over and shows you the little box that has the hairs. And you look at the hairs.
Hmm.
And you immediately suss out with those 3 successes that those hairs match both of the victims you've been investigating.
It matches the victim's hair?
The victims. As if
Of the other two.
whoever killed the college
Oh.
kid and the drug dude took a snip of hair.
Ooh.
Well, we're gonna keep this
Wow.
because that might make him come to us because we kind of want that. But the
So you mean
problem
keep the
is,
box?
yeah, we're gonna keep the box. Um, but the problem is, it's both a problem and it could be a good thing because we have now discovered his home, right? And
Mhm.
if he
It
comes back,
it
he's gonna
does
see cops.
it does look from the way Juana, inspected the little area that someone packed up and left in a hurry. Like they tore
Okay,
some of
so
the
they
So it looks like
okay,
this bolt hole is burned. So whoever lives
okay,
here,
but they
so her opinion is left and gone.
okay, but they left this
Okay.
behind. So I don't know if that was purposeful or accidental.
According to her, it definitely looks accidental.
Okay. All right. Now the question is, are they going to try and come back and pick this up? How important is this box of hair to them?
I don't
Hard to
imagine
say.
they'd come back.
Especially
Well, it
since
depends because
they left a body and it's crawling with cops. I mean,
yeah, it's just one of those things where this was a trophy. These were trophies. So I'm just wondering how important this is to them. Do we know?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
I thought
as Weber totally
can
looks at you guys and says, "Yeah, keep the hairs so we can,
mhm.
use them in the future."
I look at Paul because he seems to have the power of what's it called?
Prognostication.
Craziness.
Huh?
The
What did you say?
Craziness.
What did you say, Jim?
precognition.
Yeah. Could I have him look at the hairs to see if he could suss out any connections that we could use?
Oh, let me see.
Yeah. Have the crazy guy look at him.
And as you're having the crazy guy look at it, you know, the detective totally is pulling you guys aside and saying, "Okay, so it's been one night. What do you got for me?" And he's wanting you guys to give him the skinny.
People are dead.
It appears that whatever this who's doing this is ravaging the corpses like an animal. So I think either the killer is when he got turned there's a possibility he got turned not under the the permission under anybody.
Under duress.
Well, yeah, under duress but without permission. I believe he might have gotten turned without the prince's permission. Um so he's definitely unaccounted for and maybe he came back maybe wrong because of the way that he is basically savaging almost beast-like these bodies. So,
But they're people he knows.
and it seems that he's going after people he knows. We're still trying to figure out the connection between the drug dealer and the college student, but there is a connection in the fact that the he went after the college student and he went after a drug dealer who deals at the college. But so far, it seems that this might be somebody who might have been turned without permission and might not have come back. Not come back. It might have come back not well, I guess. And that's what we got
Mm.
so far. At least that's what I suspect. I would like Paul to see if he could use his precognitive skills to see if he can suss out anything with the hair. I don't know if we should do that here, or if we should go somewhere a little bit more private, away from the humans. Uh,
The officers.
the officers. The officers, yes. Sorry.
As he's just like, gives you that, so you really don't have anything yet, is that what you're saying?
Dude, you got an artist, a cat lady, a mentally ill person, and that guy, and I point at Mr. White Knight, together. We have no investigation skills. The fact we came up with what we did is a miracle.
Ah, violent.
Passionate artists.
I
As he
think
says,
I think we're doing well, and we have another friend. So maybe you should just
I
leave
think we're
us
doing
to
pretty
do our
good
work
with
and
what
stay out of it.
little we've gotten. We have no invest. You at least have been a cop for a while. You've literally taken civilians and told them go investigate.
Things are
okay.
I
getting more hostile for sure.
He rubs his
grab her by
temple
her shoulder and start walking her out.
as he looks over at Juana, who obviously has some detective skills because she amazingly like pointed out, hey, this is a vampire's hiding hole. As he's like, so obviously you have more worldly experience than your colleagues, and it shows. And is that a squirrel on your shoulder?
hmm
As
I
the
do,
squirrel pops out and
exactly.
goes, ta
You
da!
understand.
Okay, regardless. I understand things are not going well. And if we can't find the thing that's doing this, we need to find the next best thing. And that's going to be to find a patsy.
So
And
you're expecting us to wrap this up in one night?
and he just looks at Juana trying to like ignore the artist comments in the corner, and he says, I need your group to help me with something. As Paul's licking the blood some more and muttering some stuff. And can you please get him out of the crime scene? As he's now walking through the crime scene, he's got bloody footprints.
And we're in
I grab Paul.
all
I
stuff
walk him
now.
back to the van, and I'm gonna ask him if he saw anything from the hair samples.
And he just looks at the hairs and goes, the hairs of a dead man.
That's it. That's all you got.
He's like, that's all I got. Sorry.
Thanks, Polly. I'm gonna tell the officer, um, we need some sort of contact. Is there any like contact insider vampire person from the group of ones that are just like off murdering people? I don't remember the
Um,
name, sorry.
oh no,
Sabat.
no.
I
Savat.
don't think. I don't think this is a Sabat thing. I think this might be.
Yeah, and he looks back at her and
Somebody's
says,
just
I have to
reaching.
agree. This looks like a lone gunman situation. A single vampire is
Mm.
apparently either off its rocker and he looks at Paul real hard and long and silent, or is just on some kind of it's fallen to the beast. So what I need your group to do, and we'll reconvene tomorrow night, I need you to find this gentleman. And he kind of flips his phone towards you, Juana, and then totally sends you guys in the group text the picture. And I've got a chance here that if you can find this gentleman, we can put the crimes on him. He's been seen at
Well, that
two.
sounds fine to me.
He's been seen at two of the
We had
locations. His name is Harry Lloyd, and at least one of the victim's family members think he's responsible. His name has been dropped at least twice. And Harry Lloyd has been known to be in this area. In fact, the last time he was arrested, he had this building marked as his residence, even though this place has been condemned for years.
Hmm. Why didn't you tell us that earlier? No.
Because he's a mortal who I know for a fact is mortal because I interviewed him 2 days ago.
Mhm.
Huh.
hold on to him then. All
And
right.
he's an idiot, but he's not a monster.
Huh.
In
Does he
fact, when
have
we found
frequent
him,
haunts?
and he totally shoots you the location of two bars that he hangs out with, and he has known associates there.
All right.
All right.
And I want
Okay,
to leave
let's
it up
go.
But
to
what if we
you
find this
to use your
what
art.
if we
Do
find
a
this person and frame them, but the killings don't stop? Aren't you
That
going to
well.
just have a whole other set of problems,
that's something we're going to have to
officer?
deal with after the fact. But in the meantime, I need you to pin this on him as best you can while I'm busy doing the investigation.
All right, let's find him.
In
Huh.
the meantime, I'm going to continue investigating the two murder victims and this victim, even though I don't think this is going to get us anywhere. And you're basically looking at a homeless person who's murdered at a convenient moment. They stumbled upon something.
Mhm.
Okay. The
As
fact
we
that uh huh.
as he totally says,
Right.
you guys should call it a morning and get some sleep before the sun comes up.
What time is it? What time is it right now?
It's now about 3 o'clock. You could push it.
All
I
right.
mean, there's no problem with pushing it. Or do you want to make
Well,
sure you're safely back at your residences?
Well, and the bars aren't going to be open, so
all
Yeah,
right. I guess we'll do that. I guess we'll do that.
most good humans are asleep by now.
all right. Let's head home.
So where do you guys roost, by the way, during the day? It's totally up to
I
you and
mean,
Jerry.
I probably have a studio, so
And some small apartment somewhere.
And which one of you has Paul living with you?
not
Oh
me.
God.
I'll take Paul or
Oh,
who. It doesn't matter. We all love Paul. I'd say I live in like a little cottage in the woods. Um, Maybe we all share custody of Paul. Just kidding.
it's
I
my weekend.
tolerate
Just kidding.
Paul. I do not share custody of him.
Okay, you don't want to share custody of Paul.
No, I tolerate him.
Oh,
I at
I
least respect his
mean,
precognition. I respect that, but I do not. That's my limits.
yeah.
Well, I'll take
I
him
mean,
then. He's probably
I
better
mean,
off in the
he's
middle of the woods where he's not going to stumble
probably
upon some random people
he's
and start
he's
fighting
mostly
them.
harmless.
Until he's not.
Well, so before we all go our separate ways, should we talk about uh, what we should do in the morning? Anybody's thoughts?
I
Oh,
feel
without
like, well, yeah, I feel like we should find this guy because he might be actually the fact that they're using him as a patsy means he is connected in some way.
well, he's been
Um,
around it, so
Mhm.
he might have actually seen something. So
he might even be the next victim. Who knows?
yeah, so I say we find get together first darkness and go to the bar.
Yeah,
Go to one of the bars.
yeah.
All right. Well, good night, everybody. Good
All right.
morning, everybody.
Yes.
As you all get to your nearest spots and nestle down and call it a day, the sun comes up in classic fashion of every vampire show of the 80s, and the sun sets really quick. And then you guys get back together first thing after, about an hour or two after sunset. The band is back together.
Yep.
All right, so we go to the closest one of the bars. See if we can find this guy.
And you guys give me, what skill are you going to use to find this guy? From what you've been given with you've been given his police report. He's been busted multiple times in different places. You could give me a investigation. You could go for finances. I'm just gonna throw skills out that you could use. You could use awareness to like Sherlock Holmes that shit. You could insight. You could
I'll do an insight.
streetwise.
I'm gonna say that's
I've
probably streetwise it.
I'll
I'll
Where would
probably
he
insight.
do
probably be?
streetwise too.
As you guys totally are
So
some
let's
of you are
see.
hitting the streets and some of you are sussing this guy.
Yeah. Well, I'm like streetwise. Where would I go if I was him? I had my hangouts between the two places, so using my wit, or actually just my intelligence, so good thing.
And
But
and Juana, by the way, in the morning you find in Paul's little resting spot, he took the last of that red crayon and was writing the name Martha, 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 Martha.
Huh.
Martha.
What are the parents' names, by the way?
The parents of which victim?
The the
druggy.
the guy, druggie living in the basement,
The druggie? That was Simon and Diane.
and the parents of the other one.
You guys really didn't investigate the college kid yet.
Okay.
As you know,
Wait, we didn't investigate the college kid.
yeah,
Yeah.
you didn't really look into his background other than where he died.
Well, are we pretty sure that they're not necessarily known to the victims aren't known to the killer?
No, the point, at least the clue that we got was the fact that they are connected to each other.
Yeah.
That the
They're
killer
connected
knows.
to each other.
Yeah, they're connected in some way to the killer. So, because there's the college student and there's the drug dealer that deals at the college. So there is a
Oh, and Paul was saying
connection.
it's sad. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Paul was saying the
So
guy who's killing them is sad.
Well,
Please.
he was sad for the last one because I don't think he
he
intended
meant
to
to,
kill the last one
right.
because
The others
he
are rage of fury, but this one's
tried
like
that was
accidental.
accidental. Yeah, because
Yeah.
the other ones he's
Ooh.
trying to kill his past. So those people were part of his past.
Ooh.
People that have wronged him or aren't accepting his situation. Um. So Paul, who's Martha?
And he just looks and goes, Martha, Martha, Martha. Why did you say her name? Sorry, I had to say that. As he says, I I think Paula is, Paul thinks Martha is someone important. You should remember that name.
Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go find this guy, and
And
then we'll
and as soon as you guys get together, where are you meeting?
probably the restaurant, the diner is probably our
Okay.
meeting spot that we do,
Okay.
and then
Yeah.
we'll then head
So
Every
up.
day, meet
Use
up
our
at the diner.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
as you guys meet up at the diner, there's a text message that comes through that's a big info dump packet from the detective. And basically, he's like, "Hey, here's some information my crew got while the daylight hours were upon us." And investigating into Simon has revealed that the college kid has on his unofficial record that he has severely beaten several women at schools he's attended.
Huh. Did Oh yeah, the squirrel can't tell one person for the other. Is it possible Martha's the name of the vampire
possible,
that did this, and it's actually a woman who's doing this?
possible.
Okay.
And
Would look
also
like the
that
kind of anger.
Carl was known on the street. They got some snitches to talk. That he was known under the name of Crack King. And he apparently sold to everyone, including minors.
Hmm.
Okay, that's bad. All right.
So,
And that according
um,
to Carl's parents, he is a successful businessman who pays for room and board in the basement.
Okay.
go up
And
to quick thought.
Simon's parents tell you he's a really good kid.
Uh,
So, a thought now that it's early in the evening, if we wanted to cruise by the crackhead's parents' house and say hello and pop in, might be a good time. Maybe ask if they knew of an acquaintance, Martha, or anything like that by chance,
Oh,
instead of 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night.
okay. And I will totally also throw it out there, especially for our Bruja. Now that you know his name is the Crack King, that's a street name. It's totally streetwise
Right.
today.
Yep, yep.
So what are you guys gonna do?
I will see if, oh, I was in there. I'll see if I got any correlation there. The Street West.
And Bo needs a moment.
okay.
Okay, Charles rolled really well on Streetwise. Oh my God, that's a good time for
Well,
a
that
10
was
there.
the that was actually the back one when we were.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I could take it, but no, that's not this roll because
okay,
this
go
roll's
for
even
it.
better.
2 10s. Okay, thankfully you had some snitches while you were sleeping, apparently giving you some information, and I will totally streetwise info dump on you. So, the street is telling you that, let's start with the lowest and work your way up in the clues here. That suspicious people have been sneaking around lately in the area asking weird questions. They could be talking about you guys. The police have been around interrupting business on the street, which is definitely true. You find out that everybody that is saying the crack king dying, he was a creep who got what he deserved.
Okay.
Hmm.
And
Vigilante
did you
crackhead
ask
or
anything
vigilante
about
freaking
Harry?
vamp.
Did you ask anything about Harry Lloyd, or was it just the crack king?
Probably good to ask
Well, no,
both.
both.
Oh, was there any talk about like any interactions with the Crack King with women per se?
For
Also the
Carl,
kids, but
that he was a creep who lived in a basement and sold drugs to kids.
yeah. So yeah, anything on the college student through the streetwise?
For the college student, you don't get anything other than that some of the boys will be boys talk, the usual bullshit, is that Simon's girlfriends like it rough. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge bullshit.
Uh,
Exactly.
Hmm.
And of course, the street talk is now that there's been 3 bodies in 4 days, that there's monsters out there. And some of the gangs that you get some feedback from, they're thinking of mobilizing to protect their neighborhoods from the monsters.
Hmm.
Totally sounds like the bad shit you don't want happening as vampires who want to keep polite society polite.
Yeah. Well, that's not good. Not good at all.
crap.
Um. hmm,
Okay.
Not seeing ties yet lately, other than some vengeful woman.
So they did somebody dirty. It could be anything huh, from that investigation that Juana did. Was there anything, any kind of mementos other than the hair
Uh,
in the hideaway? Like,
no, it looks like it was cleaned out.
okay,
That small box you found looks like something fell on it and covered it up, so whoever was leaving in a hurry didn't notice that it fell out.
okay, okay.
Um. Insert like checking on the stuff on the street. Anybody know Martha?
Ooh, that's gonna be a hard one. Go ahead and give me a streetwise check, but I need. Mm, that's a very obscure one, but yeah, go ahead and make the difficulty a 3.
Can I do something in regards to maybe use my art contacts, because I still have the contacts of like street artists and stuff like that. How would I use that?
In regards to like trying to get information,
Yeah.
so you could use it for if you're talking like street artists, that would be a streetwise.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna try that.
Okay, look, there are 3 successes there.
There are.
There
What,
are.
Mike? Do I what is my difficulty for that?
So what is the specific question you're asking?
Well, I'm gonna also see if there's a Martha that is somehow connected to the two names.
Okay, so that's going to be difficulty of 3.
Okay.
Go ahead and make your roll, and then we will be giving Charles some info dumping. Also, you made your 3 successes. As you know, you're vampires and you're using your contacts and doing your vampire thing because vampire. As both of you with your 3 successes, I will give you connect that between the drug dealer Carl and the college kid who treats ladies in a very ungentlemanly manner, you do find one connection, that there was a woman named Martha that was assaulted by the college kid and then later was found OD'd. It apparently looks like they committed suicide and overdosed on some drugs. And this was about a year ago.
Huh.
So Martha coming back to exact some revenge.
Or somebody related to Martha. It could be one of the two.
And we're
Now,
assuming the drugs probably came from the addict, right?
from
As
Well,
another
right.
connecting
That's what I'm
point between
saying.
them.
So, yeah, Martha didn't actually overdose and die, but was saved, and then now is coming back for revenge.
That would be somebody trying to clean up their past, right? Like they were saying.
Cleaning up their past.
How do we find Martha? I'm sorry if I missed that already.
no, no,
No,
no, that hasn't been thrown out there yet. Um, does Juana want to give us an investigation?
I can
As
do
your
an
friends
investigation.
as your friends come
Yeah.
together with all this street knowledge that they've put together, and you're just like, as the wise member of the party, because I had human age behind me, I'm looking into this now with the extra information you have provided. Maybe we need to
Okay,
know
so
about
we
this
will do.
Martha. And of course, meanwhile, your officer friend is saying, so have you come up with a way to frame the human? And by the way, here's his dossier, and you get this dossier of the gentleman you're supposed to be framing, and you realize that he is not a nice person. In fact, Harry Lloyd is a known stalker of women and has actually spent time in jail for murder.
Hmm.
Harry
Yeah, we haven't.
Lloyd.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
haven't quite got to him just yet.
basically your police officer friend is totally giving you the here's the guy's jacket, he's perfect for the crime. And immediately Juan is like, well, let's look into this Martha. And I will give you find out the poor girl who had, a rough life, treated horribly, in her family life, was an orphan, and then was on her way to getting a free ride to college before there was an incident at the school with one of these sports athletes. The incident seemed to go away, and then she spiraled in life, according to the vague, very minimal records you guys can find. And then she ended up getting in with a very bad crowd, which you think totally times lines up with the Crack King's early years. And then she was found dead, but the body disappeared on the way to the morgue. Seems to be a habit.
okay, so yeah, she became a vampire and is getting back on everybody who wronged her, I'm guessing.
I
And you
totally
totally
forgot. We can go to the morgue, can't we?
you can totally go to the morgue.
I'm going
I've got my
to
pass.
I'm going to contact our contact, the guy who we're in charge of,
The detective.
and say the detective and say, "Hey, did anybody turn someone named Martha? Because it seems like that seems to be our actual vampire
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
suspect."
Yeah.
And
Well, that was going to
first,
be my next question.
the detective gives you this like sigh as you guys have him on speakerphone of like, someone turn a
No,
person named Martha.
no, well, we looked up her information, like who the
Around this
Okay, so
time
you
frame.
you, you provide
Yeah.
it to him.
yeah.
So you provide him the information of this girl who basically disappeared before our college kid went to college, and he's just like,
But
hmm.
we give the information of why we suspect it's this person because this happened, this happened and this happened and this happened, and that's why we believe that's the actual murder.
Hmm. He's like, I like where you're going with this. This definitely merits more research. Um, Let me look
Uh,
into this Martha person and see what information I can provide you all. How solid do you think the lead is that this Martha person is the killer?
It seems like all
Very.
signs are pointing to her, because
Definitely connections. Paul had a vision.
and the fact that her body wasn't found, my concern is that somebody may have turned her without permission. That's why I'm asking you, because I don't know what the directory of people who got turned into vampires. She might have been turned with permission. I don't know everybody, or she might have got turned without permission. That's why I'm asking you.
Could be a
Let
thin
me.
blood that nobody knows about, but I don't know about thin blood. So
You've gotten some education in the last couple weeks.
okay.
But we don't
Eh,
know everyone who has been turned. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Well, no,
Let
but
me
that's
let
thin
me
bloods
look.
tend to be turned against their will and
Yeah,
not
it's
always known.
basically an accident. Sometimes
Yeah.
Yeah.
vampires just lose their, little blood gets mixed and they drain them and oops, sorry. I mean, I don't know about
Oopsie
all of your
daisies.
backgrounds, but accidents do happen. As
Right.
he basically lets you know, I'll look into this and see if I can get you a location on where a Martha could be. But you need to get
Okay.
on this frame up work at the very least because we need to give the people their pound of flesh, if
Yeah.
you know
Okay.
what I
Well, it's
mean.
early yet. We're hashing ideas and information.
As
All right.
you totally hear in the background, there's a outbreak at one of the local bars that some people are losing their shit, wanting to go hunt monsters, blah blah blah, and you just hear the detective like, "I hope you heard that."
Mm. Yeah. All right.
So what are
Let's
you
go to a
guys gonna
bar.
do?
There was two
I haven't
bars.
been to a bar for
There were
40
two
years.
bars. Some of the vampires still think it's a dry county. So behind in the times. Okay, so somebody give me an investigation and you can have a bonus dice since the detective is throwing you a little info. And by a little info I mean a lot of info. Who wants to roll that investigation?
Not me. I'm not
um,
good at it.
I got one in investigation, and I mean, I'm assuming we're using Intel or wits or something, which would be
Yep.
two. So,
I mean
all right.
both Eileen and Juan are on fire with their investigation rolls. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. All right. Nobody.
What are
All
we?
right. I'll
What
do
do you
it.
want to?
I'm
What do you want to mix it with? Sorry, investigation and what do we have to?
Hey, there we go. Looks like Charles is like, I'm making a decision, and he turns the
Nice.
wheel. And you pull into the first bar, which is the scuzziest of the bars. It looks like your
Of course.
prototypical worst biker bar ever. And Charles totally probably tells you he's been there before. As you guys go in there and you hear a bunch of folks talking really arguably loudly. Like there's some confrontation shit going on the inside when you walk in.
All right. Take a look. See anybody we know
You
from the
guys come
dossier?
walking in, and you immediately recognize the picture of the gentleman that's in the corner that has about six very burly types. One of them is pointing his finger in that way. You know that way. When you see someone point, it's like, oh shit, we're like an inch away from a fight. And he's like, you son of a bitch, I know your history. You've been hurting people. And he's just like, it's not me. It's not me. I didn't do nothing. I'm a wrong party.
huh.
And definitely you see these big toughs are all getting up on, your target, Harry Lloyd's face. Because they're
Uh,
basically saying, I saw you creeping at my niece's house, you creeping stalker,
so
murderer, killer.
as soon as we walk in, I start hearing stuff and I identify him. I discreetly start taping it because that's what you do in these days with a cell phone camera.
Oh, you're gonna social justice warrior this shit?
Well, they're
Yeah.
calling him out. That's evidence for the police.
Oh
I
shit.
wonder.
Yeah, I don't want to intervene personally. I'm just gonna kind
I'm
of
almost wondering if we
stand
could
back.
get him separated from them. If I can use, um, if I could use What does presence do again? Let me look.
Presence is
I
basically
feel
your
like, yeah, you
panache
could
and
walk.
charisma.
Okay, I'm just wondering if I can make him, convince him to take the fall. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's dominate.
So while you're doing that, Charles, give
Yeah,
me a intimidation and give yourself an
intimidation.
extra dice.
Intimidation. Let's see. Where is that? Intimidation. And where do I do that at? That's
So when
the
you click intimidation,
second.
you can
Yeah, it's
use
going to be the second one.
What is
yep,
presence?
the second you can
Uh,
pick an attribute. I'll let you pick which one you're really using, whether it's dexterity to whip the phone out quick, or charisma because you're just smiling while you do it, or manipulation because you're
yeah,
manipulating. And then
yeah,
on the
no.
second choice, add yourself +1.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. So one. Okay.
As
All
he's
right.
whipping out his cell phone, and like a couple of the folks are like, "Hey, dude, cell phone." As some of the like street toughs turn around and look at the cell phone, and they're just like, "Oh crap, one of those." And immediately, only the guy who's pointing his finger is like still in this conversation. Everybody else is just like, "We're not doing nothing."
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're talking still about, you
Oh
did
yeah,
this, you've been roughing people up, blah, 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 and all that. So,
you've been seen walking around the local, this one biker dude is calling this creep out for everything and anything he's heard rumor wise about him, and he's just like, we know you were stalking that college kid, and we know you bought drugs from the crack king, and you're
Can
okay.
recording
I
the whole conversation.
can I have to kind of, all right, cuz I have the presence,
Uh-huh.
and I'm wondering if I could use the because I'm kind of looking at a different, because when I look at the character sheet, because there's um because it says with there's, I can kind of get people's, um it's useful in mass communication. Doesn't matter what's said, the heart of those affected will lean towards the user's opinion. So
Uh-huh.
I kind of want to almost whip up the crowd,
Okay.
like, to get them to forget the fact that he's got a cell phone, but more like everybody's like, no, this is the guy, kind of thing.
So you're wanting to whip them up into a lynch mob?
I mean, yeah, because the whole point is to get them to think he's the one who's doing it and
Okay.
have that proof.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. So I just roll awe. Is
Yeah.
that what it is? How do I do this? How do I roll this? What do I click on? Because it's not.
So let me peek over your shoulder real quick. Let me open up the muse. So your
Is it the dice at the top?
awe is
No, that's
one
celerity.
dice. So your presence is
Okay.
one. So go ahead and give me a manipulation, and you
Okay.
could go with performance, and then add
Okay.
one dice as you're using your ability. So
Okay. So
click on the
there's.
word performance and then add your attribute, which is manipulation. And
Okay.
when it asks you the 0, turn the 0 to a 1.
Okay.
As you are literally
The
basically doing
difficulty?
the
The
difficulty is just
difficulty?
the standard difficulty that's there, the 2. Oh Jesus.
So no
So
good?
immediately you got 3 successes.
Okay.
You are jumping on the pointy guy's bandwagon saying, "Yeah, this guy is the thing and I saw him do something something something." And you are basically throwing fuel on the fire.
I want basically people to forget the cell phone, and I want them to get on the bandwagon and because we gotta get people away from it's a monster to
And
this guy is a piece of shit and he's doing this.
and as you say that, the guy that was poking and pointing and on the verge, as soon as
Uh-huh.
you start to basically support his point of view and say, yes, this guy's a beast, he grabs a beer bottle and shatters it. And with your reinforcement, for lack of better word, he shoves the beer bottle in the guy's neck
Oh, okay.
and then pulls it out. And our dear target Lloyd totally staggers out of his seat, grabbing this bleeding neck wound that's spurting blood.
Oh no. Well, I mean, if he's dead, he can't counter what we.
And do me a favor, and since you're all baby vamps, everybody on your character sheet, do me a favor and click your humanity.
Where's the humanity?
It's almost at the very bottom of the sheet.
Where's the
Bottom of the sheet.
humanity?
As he's grabbing his
Huh.
throat, gurgling and spurting blood. And all
Yeah,
of you are
blood
like,
going everywhere.
wow, this escalated quickly.
What is the difficulty?
I knew this was gonna go there. All right, let's see. Hmm.
What's the difficulty?
It should just go with the standard difficulty that's in there.
No
Oh, good.
success.
So it's the remorse test, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, was I supposed to remorse test or
Yeah, remorse
uh
test. Sorry.
oh, then I rolled the wrong thing.
Oh, I thought we
Okay.
were clicking humanity.
Okay,
So
yeah.
what
Well,
do we?
that's. Oh no,
Yeah.
that's separate, huh? Never mind. No, that is different than the remorse test. I didn't see there was a dice there, so
Okay. So I just rolled my humanity on
so
my remorse test
difficulty
and
2 submit. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so I'll totally give one of that. She made the one successful. That's all that mattered. Okay, looks like all of you go ahead and. Yep. So all of you don't lose your shit, become vampires, and eat this guy right then and there on the spot. That's good.
yay!
That's a good thing. Everybody managed to keep their composure, even though you all did the classic Buffy. Your fangs went click, but you're managing to close them, or like in True Blood, you get the click as your fangs are just like, oh god, that
Just
guy smells
just
delicious.
press your lips together really hard.
Yep. As you know, this lynch mob is basically with your egging on of this beautiful artistic person using articulate words amongst this rabble, and they basically start beating the shit out of him as he's bleeding to death.
I'm gonna make sure I stay off camera while I'm doing this, so I'm not
Okay.
well,
filmed.
well, once the guy pulls the bottle, or breaks the bottle, I discontinue filming, and
Okay.
I'm actually going to step in to try to intervene and be like, "Whoa, stop! We'll handle this and get him to the police. This isn't, we can't have this kind of justice."
I'm
Okay.
gonna use
What?
my phone to call the detective and say,
Smart.
well,
Smart.
Detective,
things
there's
have
been an
escalated.
escalation.
But if he's dead, he can't counter the claim that he's the killer.
I'm just gonna
Now,
calmly walk over and try and talk to the guy that stabbed him in the neck, like originally.
Well, I'm
and I
like
just want to like
physically
pull him
like trying
aside.
to step him aside and push him
Okay.
back. So
I'm pretty sure
So
he's not the only one
Okay,
beating the
after
shit
you
out
push
of
him
this
back, I'm
guy.
just gonna kind of approach.
yeah,
okay.
I'm trying to physically stop people.
So first,
I'm on the phone calling the detective.
Charles, go ahead and give me a brawl to basically extricate his ass out of the bar.
All right.
Because this is more or less you're fighting to get into the crowd and fighting to get out of the crowd.
Yes.
Before he goes, I'm gonna ask for his phone so I can post the video because that's our proof.
I don't know if I'm going to give you my phone. We can do
Come
that.
on. Oh, send me the video real quick.
I'm busy. I can't
Come
do it in the middle of a brawl.
God damn it.
He'll get it. He'll get it in plenty of time. We'll give it to the detective after we get him extricated out of here and still alive to be able to be prosecuted.
Okay, so you just barely managed to get in and grab this guy, and you're dragging him out, and everybody's like trying to get that last kick in on him, but you're just like you're able to get in and get out without you taking any damage. As this guy is
Good.
gurgling, his life is ebbing out fast. So then, as the text message is being sent out on social media, go ahead and want to.
Social or to the detective?
It should be a social media because that's basically the best
So
way to because it's all over the place socially that it's a monster, so it's tend to fight fire with fire. That's probably the best.
So Juana, as you're trying to
Yeah.
get the leader of this little gang's attention, are you doing it with like empathy, or what skill are you using to get his attention? You could go with intimidation, as you just like snarl at him, talk to me. Or are you going with, something like insight to say the right things to him? Or even, leadership?
I think I'll probably be
That's
very calm and like just kind of like pat his shoulder and try and lead him away to be able to talk to him. And so I would say, I'm kind of manipulating in a way because I'm like purposely using my old ladiness to like let his guard down.
Uh-huh.
Um, so, I'm just gonna try and figure out what he knows about all the things that were happening, like that he is blaming the guy that he just stabbed in the neck for.
Okay, go ahead and give me a roll. I will even take like old lady intimidation for that.
Old lady intimidation.
yeah.
As
Listen here,
as
young
all of a
man. That
sudden
is
he
not
looks at you and
appropriate
he's got
behavior.
he
Just
goes,
like wagging the
Abuelita,
finger.
I'm sorry, Abuelita.
Exactly.
Okay, hold on. I'm just pulling up my thing.
As
So
he's realizing
Hold
he
roll.
on.
just shanked a guy that totally could be a monster, and he was just thinking about his nieces and nephews, and then this sweet Abuelita comes up and starts saying, "What were you doing?"
He pulls out the chocolate and
Mm-hmm.
starts whacking them.
Your secret weapon is the sandal.
The chakla.
The
Chancla.
chancla, yeah. What were you thinking, mijo?
Smack, smack. I know you want to be a good
um,
boy.
I okay. So what am I supposed to roll again? I'm sorry. I
Uh,
know for
so
attributes
if
manipulation,
if you
but
can click intimidation, the skill, and then pick manipulation on the drop down menu.
okay, okay, perfect.
And I can tell you he has no successes on his end. He immediately goes to the side area with you as you pull him aside, and he's just like, "I'm sorry, I that woman spoke and basically told me everything. It's almost like I could hear her voice in my head ringing that I was right, that this monster needs to be stopped before he hurts anyone else. I mean, my my
I conveniently disappear. So when I
as
went to go call the detective,
he
so
points
I'm not
back to
around
that
anymore.
woman and she's gone. There's like two gals dancing in
Oh,
Daisy
he's
Dukes,
talking
oblivious.
about Eileen.
Yep, he's
Yeah.
talking about Eileen.
Oh. Oh god, I didn't want to have to talk about Eileen. um, I'll just, tell him um
You have to let the
don't
cops.
worry about her. Can I like make him think that he was like imagining things or something?
You
Like,
you
Or
you
or
totally
it could
could. I
be
mean, you could
you could kind of
also
or
also
what do you think?
I think you should be like you shouldn't have taken justice in your hands. You should have left it to the cops kind of deal.
you
That
could
he is a
you
bad
could
man.
you could shame him to run away too. I mean,
Well, I
but
wanted to see if he knew anything about like whatever the guy was accused of. Like,
ooh.
did he see him creeping around on people, or
He will totally
did he
tell
see what?
you that yeah he did he was telling the truth when he was talking to his boys. He saw this guy creeping around the local school looking at some teenage kids, and his nieces and nephews go to that school. And ever since he found out that this guy murdered like an 18-year-old boy, because the boy stood up to fight him, apparently, from what the rumors are. There's no like evidence that they know, but you totally know the records that the guy went to prison for killing a minor who is no longer a minor on the day of his death. And there's accusations that this guy was creeping around that kid's school. This guy
I
is
might have
really a
stabbed him in the
bad
neck
person
too.
and a perfect patsy.
Hmm.
And
Well, I'm
he's
gonna
just like,
ask.
what should I do? What should I do?
Since Eileen isn't around, is Charles, is he still in the middle of like brawling with these people, or?
Charles, at this point, as you're having the sidebars dragging the guy out the front door, squirt, squirt, blood, sneakers on the floor.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just tell the guy that I'm talking to that he should probably just run away. Should
And
probably disappear
he,
for a
he
while.
he looks at you and he's like, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Do me a favor and give me a manipulation or wits, and you could give me streetwise or empathy, which I don't think you have. No, you don't.
Okay, I'll do streetwise manipulation,
Yep. As
right?
you're basically
Okay,
telling him, you need to get out of here. As he's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. He's grabbing his forehead, like, what did I fucking do? All I know is I just, I needed to knife that guy because I needed to protect the children. Think of the children.
think of the children. I am thinking of the children, but I'm also thinking of you, and I think you should probably hide out for a
And,
little
and
while.
you say that to him, and he like, takes your hand and kisses your hands and thanks you for your good advice as you now have blood on your hand because he shanked the guy with the beer bottle. As he turns around and he runs out the back entrance that he obviously knows is, and everybody's like, hey, that guy shanked him, because of course everybody's immediately saying it wasn't me, it was that other guy, it was the one-armed man.
Mm-hmm.
As he goes running with blood on his hands and he leaves a bloody smear on the door he runs past, giving the police all the evidence they need if they needed it, and totally making your incisors a little pointier. So much blood. Good thing we're keeping our shit in check.
Come on. So far.
And
But anyways,
the detective's like, "What? You were supposed to frame him, not get him murdered."
hey, if he's dead, then he can't basically he can't say he's innocent.
Well, have you framed him? Is he adequately
Well,
framed for murder?
we have a whole mob basically saying we saw you here doing this, so that works.
As the detective's voice gets very cold and calculated as you hear him put his earbuds in, as he asks you one quick question
Yes.
in a perfectly monotone voice. Do you still have what you found in the box?
Yeah. And
And
I
then
can put it in his pockets.
and you hear click on the phone before you can finish saying, "I can put it in his pockets."
Okay. I go over to God damn it.
Charles,
I go
Charles
over to
was dragging
Charles.
a
I go
Harry
over to
outside.
Charles while he's dragging him, and I'm going to help carry him and put the hair in his pockets.
give me a stealth check.
Okay, give me a second. Stealth. Okay.
Any advantage since he's like bleeding out?
I will give you a +1. How about that? I was waiting for somebody to ask for it.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god. As you basically are putting this in the like most intimate little pocket in your pants, which is that little watch pocket in the front of your jeans,
Yeah.
with so much skill that, you could of course lift off any evidence off him if you want to give to the detective to plant on the crime scenes.
So I do that too.
Take one of his hair samples to leave at the crime scene
Yeah.
as you go
I will
boink.
put that in the box.
As the ambulance unfortunately does not arrive in time unless
Well,
somebody wants to do something to save his life.
I was gonna do medicine.
No.
Yes.
Need him dead.
I mean, if you want
We're
to.
vampires and you want to
We're
use medicine?
vampires, dude.
Well, no, there's many
Yes.
things you could do. You could always do vampire blood too if you want to make him a ghoul. But then again, do you really want to do that?
No.
So, since
I'm saving
Charles is
him
going to
with
medicine
medicine.
him, okay, so to save his life, we
Can
need
I
one
try
success.
and I
If
need
you would
I
like to medicine block him, I need you to
yes.
roll medicine as well, or a skill that makes sense for blocking him. You give me a skill check that makes
Persuasion.
sense.
Persuasion. I'm gonna roll persuasion to convince him no.
Okay, so
Can I do that?
Charles, give me your
Yeah, but I'm
medicine check.
my own person. I'm not an NPC.
Yep,
No, but we can go in vampire. You can
you
go
can
against each other.
PvP. Yeah, this is
I don't
what we're
know.
going with. So go ahead
Yep.
and
So,
give me your medicine check.
yep.
You're trying your best, Charles. You've got some medicine. You're used to putting a piece of beef on a wound and it goes better.
That's
Oh,
all right.
Jesus. And as you're
I mean,
doing it,
tourniquet around the neck.
now, Eileen, you do know if you're persuading him not to save this guy, you're standing over the person, convincing him why he should not be saving him in the open, out loud, in a
I'm not
conversation.
doing it out loud. I'm gonna be doing it in an angry whisper.
So I will use daunt against her.
Ooh, what is that?
Well, instead of attracting people, the vampire uses presence to repel. With this power, the user appears threatening and exudes an aura of menace and powerful enough to make most mortals avoid their attention, and even vampires think twice about acting against them.
Can I use awe against him to counter that?
Wow. Okay, so
I need this guy dead. I
No,
wow.
just
you don't.
planted evidence on him.
That's fine, but sorry, it didn't work that
Okay.
way.
So, Eileen,
Yeah.
he literally almost 99% vamps out in this power that comes out of you. For you to resist that, I'm gonna need
Okay. I'm
a.
just you know what? I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna
You're,
back
you're
off.
gonna back off. I mean,
And I'm just gonna say if this goes bad, it's on you, and I'm gonna back off.
you sure? Because you could totally
Y-
give me a
No,
resolve.
no, nope. I'm gonna back off, and I'm gonna tell him if this goes bad, it's on you.
Dang.
and I'm gonna back off.
Okay.
He's a human. He's
They're meat
being
bags.
framed.
That
Well,
was what we are supposed to do. And I back off.
not the way I see it.
As
That was our job. And
No,
I
to
back
frame
off.
him, not kill him.
as you manage to stop the bleeding just enough that the EMS shows up, the ambulance is there, and they come out and they slap a pressure package on him, and he is at the brink of death's door, but still barely alive. As they get him
I'm
in the
gonna walk
ambulance,
up. I was just gonna say I'm just gonna walk up to where everybody else is, and
uh-huh.
is Eileen still on the? Oh no, the detective hung up, right?
Yep, the detective
Yeah,
hung
he
up
hung
because
up.
he did not
Hopefully
want
he'll
a
be showing up.
recording of a call of some evidence being planted. He just wanted to say vagaries, and someone was saying, "Yes, I have the box." Click.
And I tell
Okay.
the responders that this gentleman needs to be under police custody. He's been accused of a crime.
I'm gonna tell the
You call the detective
nothing.
back?
Yeah, I'm gonna call him back and tell him he's severely wounded and on his way to a hospital, and maybe one of your fellow officers should take care of it.
Which hospital? We'll send a unit right now to keep him under lock and key.
Okay, and
There
I
you
tell
go.
him which hospital.
Okay. As you know, he is totally. You hear him like grabbing the keys, grabbing his flashlight, and he's
Mhm.
on the earbuds, but running out the door to go meet them. This is perfect. This will work out. I'm gonna call Sam to let Sam know.
And I cut the video and send him a copy of the video
And
anonymously.
it's an anonymous victimless crime.
And
Yeah. Well, where the people start accusing him,
I
everything else, all that, but
I
before any fighting occurs.
I suggest if he doesn't know how, send me a copy of the video, and I will have my contacts spread it out on social media to get the
Damn.
public frothing.
I just
Uh,
sent it to the officer
no, I'm telling the sheriff to send me a copy of it,
if he chooses to.
and that's why I'm asking the sheriff.
Well, you mean the
Hello?
the police officer?
Yep. Yeah. The detective.
Yeah, not
Yeah, the
the
one
not
where
the sheriff,
yeah,
but yeah.
that's what I meant. The detective. Sorry.
Okay. And
Yeah.
he's just like, well, hopefully he doesn't die because we would like to keep him alive.
Ah,
Eh.
And I will be there to make sure he says the right words.
Okay.
You definitely get the idea that the sheriff is totally going to do some vampire, hoodoo.
Well, maybe
some Jedi mind tricks.
like a ghoul or something.
Or
Cool, or Jedi mind
basically just
tricks.
mind trick his ass. As you totally see Paul is like playing in the blood puddle, drawing a picture. It looks like a little house with some trees. Oh,
I go up
Paul.
to Paul. It's like, hey, Paul, do you know where this house is?
It's a house in the woods by a lake.
Do you know
It's
where?
where, and he looks up with you with sad eyes and says, it's where she lived with her grandparents before they died. And he draws a little
Is it
picture of a little old granny and a little girl and a little old man in stick figures in the
was
blood
it
pool.
Martha? Was it Martha?
And he looks up at you and goes, "Who's Martha? This is the
Okay.
this is her." And he points to the little girl with the pigtails.
I'm wondering if this was Martha. Huh.
We should probably go find that house. Now that our work here is pretty much done.
Can we find out through the sheriff, the detective, any information on Martha of where she's lived?
Okay, we will totally. There's a screen swipe that happens as the traumatizing events let you guys go out for a bender where you go and eat and drink and hopefully don't lose your eat lose your compunction after seeing all this blood. You manage to keep your shit in check and you're just like, wow, so easily we could have just eaten that whole bar. Just saying, and you
Could
realize
have.
that you are monsters. The next
We are.
day, you totally see that on the news, the murder has been caught, according to the news crew. They're waiting to get more information, but DNA evidence has proved he had hairs from the victims on his person. And it shows this,
And
it
witnesses, right?
shows,
I'm assuming they go talk to people at the bar that were in the video.
yeah, there's literally that typical person that you see in every hurricane on camera saying, yeah, he's the killer. I saw him, totally tainting any future, jury pools of he practically confessed as he's gurgling out his blood as the detective is holding up the pants that had the hair evidence found on them. As the detective basically, you give, where's, who's Martha? Where's Martha? This is sounding like Batman versus Superman. As he gives you a person that may be this Martha, but when he sends you the information, which one of you is giving your address to the detective for the information?
I can't have the detective like email it to me.
No, he's going to send you a hard copy.
I
Doesn't
want then
want.
I'm gonna have him sent to a PO box. I should have a PO box.
Okay, totally. That's totally a sensible thing. As the next night when you guys get together and he basically sent you a message saying, check your P.O. box, you got a package. You
Okay.
you go to the P.O. box and there's a very large flower box. You know those little 4 foot long boxes that you put roses?
Okay. Okay.
Or if you've ever watched any mafia movies ever, you see this
Mm.
big box with a bow on it and a manila envelope. And in the envelope is this buried police reports of a woman basically claiming that the douchey college kid took advantage of her.
Uh-huh.
And everything is redacted except for the grandparents' information because she was a minor when it happened. And it gives an address
Okay.
for a property just outside of town. Unfortunately, the
Okay.
grandparents are dead. They died like a
That's
year after
good.
the incident.
Okay.
Oh
And
no, the grandparents are dead.
the grandparents
Yeah.
died
Well,
like
Shit.
years
Okay,
ago
but we.
after the person was attacked and basically assaulted. Their grandparents died, and then they were put in the system.
qu- question. A couple of questions. So that was what's in the manila envelope. What's in the flower box?
Do you pull the ribbon in the post office box, or do you wait till
No,
you're in
I
the
don't.
car?
I'm gonna wait till we're in the car because I was about to, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do this in the car because I feel this might be a bad idea to do this out in public.
And as you pull the ribbon on the box and open it up, there's like 2 long stem roses, but inside it, that's not what's in the box. What's actually in the box is a sawed off double barrel shotgun and a
Uh-huh.
handful of different shotgun shells.
Okay.
Well,
Um,
that sounds like a sanction for removal.
And
I
there's a note that just says, handle the situation if you can to prove your worth to me, the sheriff.
okay. My concern, one of the things I did want to ask, or at least that I was trying to get the detective to tell us, is this Martha a sanctioned vampire or not? Like, did someone bring her over purposefully, or is she an unregistered vampire? I guess is the best way I could say it.
Well,
You're
this
getting the
package
idea
says,
that it's an
Huh?
unsanctioned vampire.
Okay.
and obviously they're sanctioning any
Us
means of
of
with the
destruction.
shotgun.
Okay. All right.
And
Anybody
and
I
good
mean,
at
From the
Anybody good at shooting
implication you're
things?
getting is you're given this, they're giving you a shot to deal with this before the
Okay.
city deals with it. Because
Yeah.
basically the
And
sheriff has to tell the prince, and then the prince has a legal sanctioned blood hunt, and then
yeah.
anyone and everyone can kill the baby vamp, and
Okay.
no repercussions.
All right, we'll give it a shot.
Now the
Anybody good at
question is, what is
firearms?
your idea on? You have an address. It's
I
slightly
mean, we should.
outside of town, and you were always told to never go outside of town.
Oh,
Well,
really?
I'm gonna get permission first.
I
Um,
think this is all permission.
well, I'm gonna let the detective know. Hey, we're gonna go out to this address. Is it okay? 'Cause if we're told never to go out of town, I want to make sure that it's okay. We can go out of town.
I want to send my squirrel on my behalf.
Out of
I'm
town.
not gonna leave town.
Okay.
Yeah, no, like I said, I mean, all this information and provided materials to me is saying do what you gotta do, what you said, and that's sanctioned to do what we need to do
And more importantly, are you going to
Well,
talk to
without
your
bringing too
maker?
many
I
questions.
mean, don't forget, you might want to check in with your makers before you do this.
I'm gonna call my maker and say, hey, they just gave me a shotgun and said take care of this and the address out of town. Is it okay if I go?
Are you. Who are they?
Huh?
Who are they?
My maker is probably. I'm guessing my maker is probably a fan who
No,
decided to bring me over because they wanted my art, and I've been mad at them about the whole situation.
having to destroy your persona. Yeah, you've spent a lifetime building.
Yeah,
But when you
yeah.
call them and say they gave me a shotgun, and they're like, they?
Oh, the sheriff, the
Well, if the
sheriff.
sheriff gave you something, you better do exactly what the sheriff asks, or I might be in trouble. What have you been doing? What's
They
going
told me to.
on?
I explain this. I give them the Cliff Notes version of what's going on, basically.
Oh, sweet Kane. Oh, sweet, sweet Kane. How did you get involved in this?
I don't know. I don't even know. I asked why, and they just said just do it. And they're bigger than me. I didn't have a choice.
If the sheriff got you involved in this, then it should be on the up and up. Just don't 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 do anything stupid.
I can't make any guarantees, but okay.
I brought you on for your artistic talent. That's all I have to say for myself. I brought you on for your artistic talent.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, and we saw how that worked out.
Just
And I hang up the phone.
as you're hanging up, the last thing you're hearing is just make some beautiful art out of it. Whatever the situation is. Just make beautiful art out of
make art out of it. Yeah.
it. Artists are always forgiven in time. And then you hear the echo in the back of your voice of an art teacher telling you artists never become rich until after they pass away. Sons of bitches.
Oh no.
Anyways,
I
Okay.
don't call mine.
you don't call yours.
No,
I'm assuming with your maker you have a grunting relationship where you just grunt at each other from across the room.
pretty much.
Okay, so you have this address. What are you guys gonna do?
Yeah, let's go do it.
Who's gonna use the
Uh,
shotgun?
Yeah, I guess we're gonna hop in the van, huh?
I will take the shotgun. I probably have the best ability with it. I do have one in firearm.
You do have options of buckshot, slugs, or dragon's breath rounds, which are ridiculously effective against vampires.
Yeah.
Because shooting a shotgun round that's basically a flare is great, and sawed-off
Yep.
shotgun is made just for that. Okay, so you guys drive out the lonely road that's out there, and our animalistic member there, she's actually liking the wilderness sounds and feel, even though you guys have always been told there's monsters that live out in the woods, never go out in the woods, because there literally are werewolves that eat vampires on principle.
Yeah.
because you're the worm and you're evil and you're a corruption of all things in the cycle of life, and they're all natural and shit. Nobody wants to
That's
be
why
eaten.
this thing is probably out here.
Bunch of haters.
Nobody wants to be eaten by a hippie werewolf. So you guys drive out there and you come upon this long abandoned house that looks like it's a wreck. It's nobody's claimed it. It's back on taxes. It's disheveled. But someone, as you pull up, go ahead and give me a wits and it is sad that they got rid of that one skill awareness, because wits and awareness was always great for seeing things.
There's awareness.
I have awareness.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the other side of the character sheets now. Oh yeah. So give me a
Yeah,
wits
it's in
and
a weird. The
awareness.
order's weird.
Yeah, they've moved things.
They have
It's
basically, I
alphabetical,
think,
but
like if you
straight
go
across
straight
instead of
down, like mental things are all straight down.
Yeah, they've
So
Social
it's
things are
grouped.
all
That
reorganized
makes
straight down.
sense.
Yeah. Someone give me a wits and awareness.
I'll give it a try. I got
I
like 3
can.
in
Oh,
awareness.
okay.
Is that okay?
Each
Yeah,
of
yeah.
you can go
Can-
for it if you want. I mean,
Okay.
Whoever. Somebody.
Okay.
if no one goes, you see nothing. Ooh. Matter of fact, y'all might want to go, because I rolled good.
Yeah. Yeah,
As you
everybody
look,
else try.
and this place looks long abandoned. It looks like total dead end. The weeds are grown up. The place is disheveled. You see, like, so far, I'm seeing no sign of life. As this place looks ridiculously abandoned because someone on their stealth check totally made 6 successes.
Oh
What do you
no.
guys want to do as you pull up at this long abandoned location?
I mean, we're gonna get out. How about Paul? Paul, see anything? Poke Paul.
As you
Paul,
Always
poke
forget
Paul,
about
what does
Paul.
your what do your eyes see? What do your special eyes see?
as
Your
Paul
third
totally
eye,
looks
see.
up and he's like, "Where are we? I've never seen this house in my entire life."
Yeah.
As you're like,
That's
"But
not
Right.
the house you
but
drew then.
but Paul, you just drew this house. It looks verbatim, including the one clump of dead weeds."
My
Paul,
God.
use your special eyes.
As
Oh
his
God,
special
never
eyes
mind.
see nothing. Are you guys going to get out of the car and start poking around? Ooh, I like how
Yeah.
we have danger involved now. Poke around the scary house with no warning.
He sees
Um,
some a squirrel's nut hoard being ravaged instead of something important.
Are there any
To Paul's
Wa-
special eyes, he
Juana,
sees
are
this
there
house
any
being
animals
bulldozed.
around?
Ooh.
Right, I was gonna send my little squirrel homie to like go
Let's see if
see
there are
if he
any
could.
other homies around, any cats, any
Yes.
rats, any bats.
Well, preferably someone he gets along with, like more squirrels. But if we're
There
out in the
there
woods, I
is a
think he'll.
plethora of native animals out here, including a very hungry hoot owl looking at the squirrel.
Talk to the owl.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the squirrel go off, but then I'm gonna see if I can talk to this owl. And if he's eyeing the squirrel, then I'm gonna use what is it? It's either
The
charisma
command version,
or the mean one, yeah.
the command one. I'm telling you so. I'm not asking, I'm telling you so. As the owl, you totally sense the beast within the owl. It's a predator amongst predators. It respects the attitude as it looks at you and it's just like, who, who,
Hmm.
who? And you're like, you're gonna tell me fucking who? With your
Right?
5 successes, as the owl gladly answers your response. And what is it you would like to know from the owl?
I would like to know if there are any vampires, or I guess I don't know if an owl knows what a vampire is, but any
There are any
There's
people
different
like us.
creatures.
5 successes.
Anybody who smells or looks like us
As the
hang
owl
around
looks at you
here.
and replies and kind of does that weird owl scratch where they scratch their ears with their leg and they look like they're doing yoga. As the owl tells you that one of your kind is inside the residence. It's been there since the sun rose and has not left.
Oh wow.
It skulks
Okay.
off
Well, we
late
know
in
that
the
he's
night.
inside then. You guys want to see if we can get in there and see who it is?
Yeah, we're gonna sneak in. Got shotgun loaded with the dragon rounds.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go for it, I guess.
Try to sneak around to a window or back
Sneaky,
entrance.
sneaky. Okay, go ahead and give me a stealth.
All right.
All of us?
I'm good with the stealthiest member doing it.
Okay, yay.
As the owl asks if there's anything else you would like, madam.
Owls are so polite.
Is there anything else we want to know from the owl, you guys?
We know it's in there. This monster.
There's somebody there, and okay. Thank you, little
As the
owl.
owl
You can go on your way.
scarily silent flaps away as you're like nothing should fly and be that silent.
Mm-hmm.
As Charles will follow the example and silently skulk around the back. As you find the back door is like busted off its hinges and you can quietly open it up.
Didn't even
Still,
enter.
oddly enough, not seeing any sign of life.
Well, yeah, because if it's a vampire, they're dead. So of course not. All right. Does it appear to be boarded up inside here,
No, it
or
just looks.
windows
It
open?
looks like kids have broken in this place and used it once upon a time. You got little kid graffiti on the walls and things. Somebody
But the
started.
windows are open and everything. No, like trying to make it dark and stuff. For
Not that you're noticing. No.
okay. So then
Do you
probably
like
some kind of in a
smell
basement.
anything?
As you
Sorry.
creep in the kitchen area in the dark, thankfully you have eyes accustomed to that. You see that there's a big door that's got scratch marks all over it that looks like someone went manic with fingernails scratching on the edges, like to open and to close, or like from the inside pulling it and scratching it and then pulling their fingers in on a basement door.
Okay, this person's whack.
I'm getting Evil Dead vibes here.
Yeah. All right.
What do you
I'll
guys
point
do?
towards the door and quietly open and start creeping down the stairs. Hopefully.
Okay, you guys following him?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Wow, such conviction.
I'm an artist, not a frontline combatant, right?
Exactly.
As you guys are creeping down the stairs, give me one more stealth roll. In case there's that one squeaky step.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Oof,
Oh,
barely.
you
With all those
lucky.
dice too.
And you got a 10 though. So you guys, you step on a squeaky stair and then you pull your foot back up and you're just like whisper, point to the stair. Everybody walks over it quietly as you get down to the basement. You slowly see your eyes adjust to the little bit of moonlight coming through the window as you see there is a figure curled up on a mattress that looks absolutely filthy and stained with who knows what, and piles of clothes. And the person is curled up in the fetal position and you notice there's like 3 bodies down here. The smell of the bodies whiffed up at you, and you're like, these are long dead human beings.
Not turned. Okay.
Definitely not turned. They're emaciated corpses that are at least a month or two old.
Can
At
And I
we
least
didn't
tell
one.
bring
the
a
thing on the
steak.
mattress that a vampire?
You have a feeling, especially our gangrel, you immediately, with your sense of the beast, know that that is a sleeping vampire.
Okay, before we even have a chance to potentially wake it up, I would really like to restrain it. Like, just take a quick step. Nobody even noticed I was gonna go do anything. Step, step towards the curled up body,
Have a
and
steak and just steak it.
no, not stake it. I just want to hold him still so he doesn't wake up and attack us.
She.
She doesn't wake up. She'll probably wake up, but I don't want her to be able to like jump out at us while we question her or
So how are you going to
do whatever.
restrain her?
I am
Nobody brought a
going
steak
to.
to steak her.
No, because I
Well, you're
thought
the
it
one
was.
with a shotgun, dude.
Yeah, dude. They gave us a
But
shotgun, so I assumed.
And I will totally throw it out there that yes, there's probably an old rotted rake down here in this basement of this old abandoned house that's made of wood. You could even grab the rail on this stairs here that could just snap it. And especially with your strength, you could snap it and insta stake.
Yeah. Because you steak them, they stop moving.
oh, but he's still gonna be alive, right?
Yep, yep.
She.
It would not
Okay.
kill
Yeah,
her
yeah.
and or it. Staking is like the
Well, I
perfect
want to
method.
definitely do that then. Let's
Okay.
let's stop the bitch in the chest.
So you're gonna whip out an improvised stake and try to stake her without her waking up. Interesting. You do have potence, which means
Or
you're
just, yeah, I just want to
strong.
like crazy vampire jump across the room, land on
Okay.
her.
So go ahead and give me. I'm totally peeking at your character sheet there. Either Dex or Strength is the attribute, and normally
Okay.
this would be melee, but I see you have very little melee. Would you like to use Stealth? Because you're creeping and using the stealth to get the angle of the shot.
Stealth and strength. I
Uh-huh.
think that makes sense.
And
Yeah, I'll
since
do
she
that.
is sleeping, I need just one success.
Okay.
And I'm giving you +1 for the stake you made. Unless you already rolled, and then we don't worry about it.
I
Oh
did
my
roll.
god,
Sorry.
Wana. What does it look like
Yeah.
as you
The old lady goes
improvise
all
a
crazy.
stake and you go total ninja across this basement and just shove the wooden stake through her back into her front? Describe it to us.
Yes. Describe it?
Yeah, describe it. It's your shot. You got the money shot here.
Yeah, yeah, no.
Michael Bay that shit.
Yeah, well, I think we kind of creep into the room and I'll just kind of stand there for a second and before anybody has a chance to speak or react, um Juana puts her squirrel down gently and then is just like across the room before anyone can blink and then without saying anything just shoves the stake through her back um, and lays her flat so she can see the person's face.
And as soon as you stick it through, she makes this, "Ah!" and then just goes completely rigor mortis rigid. And then you roll her over and you see this poor, like, kid can't even be like 18 when she was turned. Looks like she's had the rough life. Her clothes are disheveled and in pieces. It looks like she's been living out here like an animal. the beast in her is strong, you sense, but her nails are like huge claws.
So she's probably Gangrel, possibly.
Yeah, you
The
can't
Turner
quite
did
place,
her wrong.
and you basically see that she's got the corpses of her food in the basement, which you all see is just straight up bad politics for a vampire. So now that she is staked, what are you gonna do? And remember, when it comes to
I'm gonna
vampires,
ask who turned her.
fire is like true death, and being staked out and left to the sun is true death. Getting your head
Well,
ripped off
the
is also effective too.
well, I mean, we have to kill her. There's no choice.
I mean, you could
Yeah,
turn
she's
her into the
feral.
sheriff. I mean,
Huh?
you could turn her into the
What?
sheriff.
Why don't we find out what before we decide what to do with her? Why don't we find out do we know for sure this is Martha?
I
Go
think it's
Or
pretty self-evident.
I
go ahead
mean, if
and
you want
give
to,
me an investigation. As you're in her house, you have her files. I'm giving you +2 on your roll.
if you want to try to tie her up and talk to her, I mean, and unstake her, that's up to you.
That's pretty dangerous.
I
I'm just gonna throw that out there.
No, I think that's no. I think that's a no. Don't do that. That's not smart.
just saying.
I'd rather not die. Thank you very much.
You already did.
I don't want to do it again. Thank you very much. Dying
well, you
once
think she's
was
gonna
bad
kill us
enough.
though?
Oh yeah, we're newbies. I
What?
feel like she got turned before us.
I feel like only a new vampire would go around doing all that. But I guess if she's 18 and 18 would have been a long time ago, right?
I
Yeah,
mean, she could
Based on the
be
other
much,
lives.
well,
she.
18
Yeah,
physically, but yeah,
I think
time
she.
frame much longer.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think she's been around for a bit, and I think we
Well,
need to
she's
not.
obviously feral.
Yeah, she's feral, and I don't think we can really restrain her. I mean, I think we got lucky that you staked her, and let's do this. Let me call the detective first, or should I call the sheriff? Which one should I call? I mean, the sheriff gave us
I
the
would
shotgun.
probably call her sheriff.
I'm gonna call the
She's
sheriff.
the one where we're actually
Okay, all right.
I
working
mean,
under.
she is the
I
boss, basically.
I'm gonna call the sheriff,
Okay,
and once I get him phone, it's like we found
and
her,
and
got her
you
staked.
call the sheriff and you get spotty reception.
Of course.
Okay. Well, I mean, do I get him on the phone?
You
Just
get
because I got.
the it ah, it up it ah,
Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna
especially
go
since you're in the
out.
basement in a house
I'm
in the
getting.
woods.
I'm okay. You guys stay. Oh,
We
one
got
of you.
this.
Okay, you got this. I'm gonna go upstairs and try again.
Okay.
Watch
And
out for dogs.
as you do, Juana takes a moment, like looks around in this basement. Someone took all the pictures in the house off the walls and gathered them in this room in some weird collage. And without a shadow of a doubt, you realize this poor wretched creature on the floor is Martha. You see pictures of her growing up and the parents and then the grandparents and the parents dying and one of the grandparents dying and then the other one dying and then you just see one last Polaroid picture of the property that was taken as it was slightly disheveled, and you just see this little montage that obviously Martha put all the pictures together so she could see her family. She's a poor wretched creature.
So that is gonna really make Juana feel strongly towards this creature. And she doesn't think they should tell the sheriff anymore. And she's gonna send her squirrel to try and get the phone out of Eileen's hands.
Unfortunately, the squirrel will not be able to stop a vampire from making a phone call. Is
Yeah.
there something
Oh.
else you're going to do?
Hmm.
Mm.
All right, she's feral. She's got to go.
She's murdering people.
Or,
I know they're not nice people, but it will. I mean,
I mean,
also
they
look
had
at the
it
people in the
coming.
basement she murdered.
I mean, you've all probably killed someone already. I mean, I'm just
I
saying.
understand, but she's not cleaning up after herself.
No, she's cleaning with a craze, not accident, or just seems to be she's on a vendetta. She's just like out there
I mean, you know she's
causing
more than
mayhem.
just a wild animal because there's only 2 corpses. It's not like she murdered her way into town and murdered her way out. So there is some control there, but something's wrong with the kid. She is wrong. There's no doubt about that. What is the group gonna decide to do?
Well, I mean, I'm making a
I'm
phone
waiting for
call.
the sheriff. So
Well, Juana is just gonna try and convince them, I guess, still that why should we be doing all this dirty work for the police and turning this person in when clearly she's one of us and we
you
need to be at least a
violated the
little bit
laws of.
understanding.
You violated the rules of the
Masquerade?
The
masquerade,
masquerade.
which puts
Wait,
all of
what
us at
rule of the
risk.
mess?
I mean, I'm only new, but she's violated the rules of the masquerade and has brought
We need, yeah,
threat danger to
our
us.
community, our community.
It's
As
first
poor
rule of vampirism: you don't tell nobody or leave signs.
And
poor
you pick up your mess. You don't leave your food
as
out where
Eileen is
anybody can find
upstairs
it.
trying to get a signal. Can you hear me now? Does this
If I can't get them in like 5 minutes, I'm gonna be like, look, we were very clearly given a
Directions.
shotgun, shells. Let's follow the directions.
Okay, you come walking
Yeah.
back down the basement stairs, not able to get a signal, really upset. As all of a sudden Paul's, in the kitchen, he saw you doing it, and he's now got his cell phone out, which is totally not activated because you guys know better. And he's like, "Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?" And you hear that echo down the stairwell, and you guys are just like, "Fucking Paul, we love you, fucking
Do we really?
Paul."
We tolerate him because sometimes he gives us good good good
Genius
leads.
pearls of wisdom come out of his mouth from time to time.
Yes.
So what do you guys
Yes, very
do?
evil. All right. Well,
I mean, does someone in a panic pull the stake out? Does someone put the shotgun to its face? Does someone drag
is
it
there an
outside to leave it to the morning sun?
And I'm gonna look at Juanita. If you pull that stake out, she will kill us. She will attempt to kill us. You can try and show her pity. She will try to kill us.
Well, I'm not gonna pull the stake out, but I'm also not gonna let you put a shotgun to her face.
Ooh, drama.
Here we are.
well,
Okay.
cut her head
What
off
did
with
the
a knife.
sheriff
How's that?
say?
Yeah, okay,
Because
the
I guess I
choices
want to
are
know.
she has to die. So we could either put her out to the sun, cut off her head, or shoot her. Because if we don't do any of those things, the sheriff, which is terrifying, will tell the prince, which is even more terrifying, and we will die. And possibly our sire will die. Do you want that?
But see, more importantly, Tolly, did you catch what Juana said?
What? No,
Juana, what did
she
you just
said
say?
he doesn't want a shotgun to the
When I was talking
face.
about the stake,
No, when you
I'm not.
said, what did the sheriff say?
Oh, hmm,
I said I couldn't get through to the sheriff.
Oh,
no.
you told the truth. Okay.
They
But the
lied.
sheriff,
No,
huh? I didn't lie because,
You
but
could
no.
have,
why would
but
I
she
lie? I
didn't.
didn't think
But she
they
didn't
gave
know
us a
Anna
note.
was having a problem. So
Well,
a
Wada
moral
just,
problem.
well, she just said, I'm not going to let you shoot in the face.
Right, but
just
that
said that.
was after you were up there trying to make a phone call, so you
No,
wouldn't have
that's when I
known.
came back down. That's
Okay,
when I
so
came back
so
down.
so we have this very tense moment where Juana is standing in front of the Topord vampire saying we're not going to shoot her. We've got
And then
Charles with the shotgun saying we need to put her down because she's just wrong. And then we've got
So, do you have a more humane way you want to do it then? You want to stake her out for the sun, burn her instead of shooting her?
she's got to die one way or the other. We were given orders.
Were they ordered specifically to kill that one person?
What do you
This
think
is
of shot?
side
Yes.
it was
I pull out
it
the
was it was definitely implied, but basically no direct order was given, so there's deniability.
Hmm.
Because in Vampire the Masquerade, nobody ever wants to be actually responsible for something, but they want to make things
Right.
happen. Because there could be we find out who actually sired this thing, and of course, all vampire laws are broken if you sire somebody without permission. Thankfully, y'all were mostly with permission, so it was okay. Because you don't want vampires multiplying uncontrolled, because then you have a problem. Too
Yeah,
many
because you'll
vampires,
run out
not
of
enough
food.
food. Kind of
Did we
hard to
ever
keep
find out who would have sired Martha?
No, we haven't found that out.
No.
Nobody's fessing up. Nobody fessed
You
up.
think we can? Well,
Nobody. No
I
one's
think that
gonna fess.
person's to blame more than anything
Well,
for
that's
doing that and
true,
then
but
That is
abandoning.
true.
nobody's. That is true, but nobody's going to fess up to it because then they're going to get in trouble and possibly get staked.
So I
That's
will.
kind of
So
the
I
way
don't think
things
we
work.
should kill the only person who can tell us, though, because
Do
Martha
you
could
think
tell
I
us
like
who
where
sired
this
her.
is going.
the problem is, do you think she's in any kind of state to be able to do that? The fact that she killed an innocent person because they accidentally stumbled upon her, do you think that she'd be in any kind of state to do that?
Well, I mean, pretty much remember, all of you guys would be expected to kill someone who found you sleeping.
Still, I mean,
Just
I
not leave a
almost
huge mess behind.
exactly. The fact she didn't have the presence of mind to clean up after herself makes
So,
me doubt she
so,
would.
so Juana is throwing out a good point that if you leave her in Topor, you could give her to the sheriff to be interrogated to find out who created her, because someone would be responsible and punished for this.
What do you what do you
Interrogation
think?
and
What do you
maybe a
think,
little bit
Charles?
of torture if it's needed. I'm not totally against that, but
What do you think, Charles?
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk, but I mean,
Let's make
could
sure
do it.
that stake is in there nice and firm,
Well, and she's
and
bound.
maybe bound her up. All right, fine, and then wrap her up in something.
Okay, you guys wrap her up like a
right, just a
corpse.
bunch of ropes, just a mishmash of like
Anything we
whatever
can
we
kind
can
of find,
find to tie around her.
and
She
we
literally
need to
looks like a
we
corpse ready to be tossed in the river.
and get her. What I'm gonna get to my phone by the van and see one more time. And instead of calling the sheriff, I'm gonna call the detective and see if we can send a cleanup crew over here because the fact that there are corpses in the
Mm,
basement.
mhm.
I'm
Very
gonna see if I
smart.
can get a hold
As
of
you
someone.
get this really spotty reception, as the detective's like, so what do you want me to do about it?
I need a cleanup crew. Cleanup crew.
Are
Martha's house.
the houses out there? Just
We
burn
are
it.
bringing. We are what?
Burn it.
Okay. They told us to burn it. Does anybody have any matches?
So it's gonna go up quick.
Yeah, rig up some of the tanks and we'll ignite it. Make it look
Okay.
like an accident.
Do you guys stick around as you light it, or do you take off as soon
Nope.
as you light it?
Oh,
Nope. We leave.
Okay. As the closing credits are the corpse in the back. Paul is totally talking to her and playing with her face, going. Blah, 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 blah.
If I see him go near the stake, I stop him.
Okay. Paul won't mess with the stake. I'm assuming you roped that thing down something fierce so it wouldn't go anywhere.
Oh
As there's
yeah, yeah.
smoke rising in the distance as you guys are heading back into town, and you finally get the voice, like 5 voicemails from the detective, totally telling you that if you need to, I would totally burn the vampire if you find her. Dead
Oops.
silence. I like that. And then some voicemails from the sheriff saying, come back when you find out for sure who did the killings, and we'll sort it out then.
I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
still say we torture, investigate, whatever.
gonna tell
Interrogate.
I'm gonna tell the sheriff we have her staked. Do you want her?
And the sheriff will gladly give you an address to drop her off, which is totally a butcher shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just totally put the shout out.
And I'm
Yeah.
gonna look at Juana as like we could have saved her from what is possibly going to be terrible torture if we just
Yep.
killed her.
Wow.
And then
Well, we could still kill her right now, but I'm
no,
just
no, but
saying
now,
maybe we
no, too late.
interrogate her
Too,
ourselves.
too,
Too late now.
too late now because now we got orders.
As you pull up to the butcher
So,
shop, and there's an entrance, a morning entrance,
mhm.
and a early morning entrance. Air quotes for the
Go
vampires.
going to the early morning entrance.
As you pull up
And since
there,
we're at
and
the butcher
two guys
shop,
in
I'm gonna see if there's anything like to snack on.
as
It's
two
been a hard
guys
night.
in butcher shop outfits come on out, and they wheel out a gurney, and they're like, "So do you have a full beef or a side of beef?"
Full beef.
And they totally hand you guys a couple bags of bovine blood, and they totally take the staked vampire from you and go wheeling it off in there. And they thank you for having a good one. Thank you for the delivery.
Yep. Make sure you reach out to the sheriff. It's his special delivery.
Rightio. Gonna put it in the freezer right now.
All
And
right. And I
and
guess
then the
that's a
sheriff
night.
sends you kudos when there's a picture of the vampire hanging upside down on a meat hook, still all tied up, thanking you for bringing the package in such a neat, tidy package, and asking questions about the building. You said you found there was corpses.
Yeah, she fed on a couple people, but we burned it just in case. We didn't
You
want
might
to
want to
find.
send somebody just to make sure, but yes. You set it
Homes
on
don't
fire.
always burn completely.
As yes, you get the follow up news and the montage follow up of yes, this is the vampire that did it, the killings, and
Hmm.
yes, you framed the gentleman who's still saying he didn't do it, but weird, like he's got multiple personality issues
You
because he
cut
said
out.
he knows
You cut
details.
out, Jim.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so that the murderer is testifying that he didn't do the killings, but then in the same sentence he says things that only the killer would know.
Nice.
As he gets definitely sent off to prison, and there's big newspaper spread. The your favorite detective gets full credits for the investigation. He was
Uh-huh.
given an anonymous tip on who the murderer was. Anonymous.
I love
and
all those people. Good
and
citizens.
and more importantly, with the beautiful
Oh, we
tie-up.
lost you again, Jim.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
The beautiful tie-up that thanks to the killer being caught, that there are no such things as monsters. A psychologist will go on like 3 different TV show circuits explaining why the mass hysteria of humanity often pulls in the need for there to be monsters lurking in shadows, and it's purely a development of the psychological aspects of our ancestral Neanderthal brains needing things to go bump in the night. As you all see this psychologist, and you all know he's totally a Toreador vampire. Son of a bitch.
Hush, I'm a Toreador.
and
Shush.
media is his art form. He is the PR guy who's made public relations an art form. as you guys
Nice.
are given uber kudos from the prince in private, as she has you all come to her court and basically gives each of you, including Paul, kudos as well as your
Hey,
sires.
Paul.
As
Ah,
Paul
nice.
is like totally drawing in
Whatever.
the food that's there for display, which is totally like Japanese sushi naked models, but it's actually the models that are the food. With the implication you're not going to eat them and kill them, you're just going to taste. There's
Right.
many samples to taste. All different bouquets. All of
Nice.
them non-smokers, and they
Pick up
don't
the
eat corn syrup.
Nice.
I was gonna say I don't know what that was,
Uh,
but it sounds creepy.
Sorry, no, that was my son's YouTube thing he's watching.
So you guys basically get some serious rep because you did some great work for the sheriff and prince that no one talks about, that everyone talks about. It's one of those things that is not publicly acknowledged, but you guys did some
yeah.
jobs for the sheriff, and everybody says a different rumor of what the job is because this is vampire court for you. They know you did something, no one knows exactly what, so each one is a more exaggerated rumor than the previous one.
And then when somebody gets drawn and quartered for siring out of permission, but don't know why.
As the sheriff being the guy that she will totally clue you in and let you know that it sounds like this kid was a runaway who ran away and lived at her grandparents' place after she went to jail, had some drug history, bad things happened to her, life went to shit, and some rando vampire using her grandparents' place as a refuge overnight took the kid, ate the kid, and turned the kid and left without telling her what she was.
Ugh.
And she
Bummer.
basically figured it out and decided she was going to get payback for these people that treated her like shit in life. She didn't even know Vampire Society really existed.
Did sheriff put her out of her misery, or
She is no longer with us. The sheriff won't give you
okay?
details. The problem has been taken care of. Extra kudos for bringing her back in, air quote, alive, so we could find out who created her. And
Wonderful.
of course, the sheriff, totally takes you out to a nice vampire bar because he owes you guys a drink.
Nice.
And you find out the
All
sheriff
right.
is a
Awesome.
big old party animal.
Yep.
And that's a
uh,
good place to wrap it up
yeah, because I gotta
Yeah.
take off. So
there. Okay, yep,
Yep.
I
good
know you
game.
got, got to go out of town.
Sorry. Yep. Sorry, I had to defy you. I'm a white hat, like
It's all
good guy,
right.
good guy,
It's
cowboy hat, not white hat. Not a good.
Awesome role play.
it's okay. It's okay.
Well, well, it took me a minute on the white hat. I'm like, wait, are we talking white hat like hacker, like good hacker, or are we talking white hat like? Because I mean, there's a couple terms for that. So,
Yep,
No, I get it. I get
so yes, I'm a good guy. I try to do right.
a
So,
Bruja who wears the white cowboy hat.
it.
yeah,
All right, guys. It was fun to game with you guys. I gotta take off. So you have a
indeed.
wonderful day.
Okay, that was fun. See you guys.
All right,
Bye.
Bye.
that was fun. I
That's
love
Great.
when
funny.
inter-party, push happens because that's good role playing. That is.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I'm like, wait, I have something I can use to push her away from me. Like, like I got the daunt. Like, now's the time to use it.
Now's the time to look up and say, "Don't fuck with me."
Right? So yeah, had to be the good guy. Yeah, it took me a minute. I'm like, white hat. Okay, there's nothing in whatchamacallit about white hat in the Masquerade book, so it's okay. It's not a faction or something. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, am I a code person? Like, well, no, my intelligence isn't anything special, so it's no, I'm not that kind of hacker or a white hat.
Oh, did you see in the Discord? Bo totally posted a picture of this babushka grandmother with a squirrel. She made it on
Oh yeah.
on Hero Forge. It looks like
From yeah, that
that's
was
freaking
cool.
awesome.
So the next game is, was it a Tuesday or Wednesday or what?
That is a very good question. Let me pull it up.
Is that there's like 4 for, I forget, the 11th or something? I forget what date that
Yeah,
is.
there's so much stuff happening. So today is the 6th. We are not having
11th would be
kids on
Friday.
bikes because Tolly was the only one able to play, and she couldn't play because she had something come up. So we
Yeah.
have Pirates, our normal Pirates tomorrow, which is gonna totally have some Halloween theme as they take on the Iron Lich. We've got Star Wars on Tuesday. We've got Star Wars One Shot on Wednesday. We're going to see Nosferatu at the Loft for the Tuscan charity
Oh,
game
nice.
show on the 10th. And then
Nice.
Dresden Files Friday at 6:30.
So it's
Hopefully
Friday.
it's
Okay.
6:30, not 7, because I have to go into the office on Friday. Unfortunately, all of next week.
Oh no.
It's Employee Appreciation Week,
Bummer.
so they want us in the
But
office.
oh, so I can give you little tchotchkes.
Yep, usually it's the little, here's a beach towel, here's the thing. And then
Yeah.
on the 12th is Vesson in the morning, so some Victorian
Right.
hunting supernatural things that go bump in the night, and episode 1 of the salvage game.
Oh yeah. All right. So
That used to
Friday's
be the Twilight game.
the at TGG then. Okay.
Yeah, Friday.
That one you might want to go and reserve the room on a Friday night.
Yeah, I'm thinking I should check to see if it's available.
Yeah, I would definitely do that sooner than later.
Yeah, let
Go
me
up
check.
and
Is that
on the
is that
website.
an in-person one? I think that's an in-person one.
I think that you had it listed as in person or what
Yeah,
maybe the Besson, but I thought it
let
was.
me check. Dresden is at TGG, yes. And I've got you,
Yeah.
Talia, and Kelly signed up for it. Still have 2 seats free if anybody's interested.
Yeah. Well, just gotta convince
Yep.
Gunter or somebody. Um,
I'm still on the fence of I've got Dresden pre-gens that do like a modern day murder dealio, or do I want to
uh-huh.
make them Victorian version and just do it Victorian Dresden? You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm totally waiting
Yeah.
for Kelly to
Yeah.
weigh in on it. She hasn't commented yet, so she's tied up in WoW
I'm
right now.
well, I'm good either way on the setting, but
Yep,
yeah, if that's in person, I would definitely go on to the DGG site and
get a room
book.
reserved.
Yeah, because Friday night that's
That's going to be a
karaoke.
premium.
No,
I
that's
know Thursday
trivia
is
or
karaoke.
something.
Friday is trivia in the bar, yeah. And
So,
trivia has been busy the last few times I popped in.
oh no, yeah, yeah, they get a pretty good turnout for trivia.
I'm still
So yeah,
surprised
I
that
mean,
Kelly and her
so if
sister
there's
aren't.
other people playing, they may be looking for rooms for more, a little bit more quiet or whatever. So,
Yep.
um, so yeah,
Yeah, I was totally gonna put
because
in a reservation tomorrow if it's available.
yeah, because you have to, yeah, do you have to put money down for the res or no?
Usually for
I don't.
TGG's reservation, last time I did it through the website, it's a $40 deposit and you get ducats back for it. So basically
Right.
in-store credit.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, if you need help with that, I mean, obviously be
No
paying
worries.
there, so
Yeah,
pay
I
towards
mean
that. So.
the ducats
Ooh.
will be spent. There's always never a doubt on that one.
Right. Oh yeah. So. Okay. Okay.
All right, have a good rest of your
Sounds
Sunday,
like
dude.
fun. You as well. Talk to you later.
Later.
Bye.